Hello and a very, very warm welcome to the grand finale of the Dell Technologies Presents Entrepreneur Challenge powered by CNBC-TV18. I am Swati Shahi. Now, American entrepreneur Scott Belsky had once remarked that the world is not just about ideas, it's about making ideas happen. And well, today it's all about celebrating the efforts of those who transform these groundbreaking ideas into tangible products, entrepreneurs. The need for entrepreneurship is deeply ingrained in the very fabric of societal and economic progress. As India strides towards incredible economic progress, so much so that it envisions reaching a $10 trillion pinnacle, entrepreneurship emerges as a driving force propelling innovation and holistic growth. Well, it is an ideal instrument that can not just accelerate impeccable infrastructural and economic growth, but can also encourage a commendable amount of employment all across the nation. Dell Technologies today, over the years, has sought to honor and encourage the spirit of entrepreneurship by providing platforms for young aspiring startups to share their ideas and thereby uplift the overall economic landscape of the nation. The Dell Entrepreneur Challenge is the perfect testament of this vision. It is not just a platform, but a voice for enthusiastic startups to come to the forefront and showcase their entrepreneurial prowess and knack for business. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let us now kickstart the proceedings. And to set the context to this exciting evening, I would now like to call upon stage my colleague, Shruti Mishra, Deputy Editor of CNBC TV18, to deliver the welcome address. A huge round of applause for her, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the much-awaited finale of the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge powered by CNBC TV18. You know, it is a platform that seeks to not just empower the young and aspiring startups, but also aims to establish the dire need for entrepreneurship in India's dynamic and ever-changing economic landscape. The country has emerged as a global hub for budding entrepreneurs, fostering a diverse range of ventures across sectors like technology, e-commerce, healthcare, and fintech. With a young and dynamic population, a robust digital infrastructure, and increasing investor interest, India has undeniably become a hotbed for groundbreaking ideas and disruptive startup models. Evident by the fact that it has firmly established itself as the third largest startup ecosystem worldwide, boasting of an impressive tally of over 112,718 DPIIT recognized startups spanning across 763 districts as of October 2023. Indian startups are forced to encounter certain challenges, whether it is in the form of funding, regulatory challenges, talent retention, and functioning in a highly competitive landscape. Now, despite these challenges, the resilience of Indian startups shines through as they navigate these obstacles, significantly contributing to the entrepreneurial landscape in the country. It is in such an environment that platforms like the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge shine by seeking to encourage the startups to come to the forefront with their innovative ideas. Dell Technologies does not just seek to uplift the startup culture, but also fosters the growth of India's economy. Entrepreneurship stands as a cornerstone in a nation's economy, playing a pivotal role in fostering innovation, creating jobs, and driving economic growth. Thereby, the need to encourage the spirit of entrepreneurship remains paramount. Today's set of prestigious awards is a testament of that. Without further ado, let us now get straight into the celebration of entrepreneurial excellence and drive for innovation. Have a wonderful evening. Over to you, Swati.
Thank you, Shruti, for setting the tone for the evening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before moving on, we would like to tell you about the DWEN community, which welcomes all levels of entrepreneurs, from startups to scale-ups. Joining DWEN will give you access to women entrepreneurs from around the world and valuable resources Obviously, it'll help you to grow your business and add valuable resources to grow your business further, including latest technology, access to funding resources, and best practices from a global network of members. Please scan the QR code, which you can see on the screen right now, which will just appear, to join the DWEN community. Well, we have another community called Dell for Startups that provides startup expertise from dedicated technology advisors and scalable solutions to ensure your business is always ready to grow. You can also scan the code once it appears on the screen, and you can join through that. Great. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time for the moment we've all been waiting for, the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge. Now, this challenge has brought forth India's top 11 brilliant startup ideas post several rounds of rigorous screening that assess them on their innovation, resilience, technological adoption, and the scalable business solutions. Judging them must have been an extremely daunting and difficult task for our jury members, but it was them and their commendable efforts that they managed to execute it. It is now time for me to introduce our esteemed jury members. Please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause Kritika M, Senior Director, NASSCOM Deep Tech. A round of applause for her, please. Siddharth Pai from 314 Capital, and he's going to join us shortly. Vargav Bakshi, Head India, Wix.com. Viren Ghosh, Country Head in India, Technicolor Creative Services. Satya Narayana, BV, Chief Operating Officer, Derby Foundation. And of course, Shruti Mishra, Deputy Editor, CNBC-TV18. And Kavita Mehra, Senior Director, General Management, India, Center of Excellence, Dell Technologies. A thunderous round of applause for all our jury members. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started with the insightful presentations that have been lined up for today, it is important to acknowledge the relentless efforts of the foundation of this entire initiative. Let's take a look at the journey. Can we have the AV, please?
Entrepreneurial energy pulses through the very veins of our nation. Over the years, Dell Technologies have championed small businesses, providing dedicated support and platforms by enabling, recognizing, and empowering the vital community of entrepreneurs. This year, CNBC-TV18 has partnered with Dell Technologies for the Entrepreneur Challenge. This initiative highlights startup challenges and emphasizes the importance of technology for sustainable growth, offering participants opportunities to showcase innovations, secure investments, and receive mentorship. After meticulously screening an overwhelming 1,700 entries from across India, 200 contenders were selected by our esteemed process partner, EY. The jury then conducted a thorough assessment during the quarterfinal and semi-final rounds, ultimately selecting the top 10 entries to battle it out at the finals. Join us as we embark on a journey of discovery and determination and find out who will emerge victorious and be crowned the champions of tomorrow. Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Well, a round of applause for that, please. Well, another strong pillar behind the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge has been EY India, a global consulting player that has over the years worked across assurance, consulting, law, strategy, tax and transactions with the vision of helping their clients grow, transform and operate. To further emphasize on the rules and highlight the core essence of today's pitches, I would now like to invite on stage Pragya Srivastava, Manager, Ernst & Young, LLP. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pragya Srivastava. I'm from Ernst & Young, and we are the process advisors for the Dell Challengers Awards. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all the finalists that I've made so far and all the other participants who had submitted their nomination for the first edition. This year, we had received, being the first edition, an overwhelming response of around 1,700 entries across both the categories. So a huge round of applause for that, for all of you guys who have made this so far and made this award successful in the first edition. As Swati mentioned, it was definitely a difficult task for us to first reduce those 1,700 entries. We had set across an extensive evaluation parameters and also eligibility criteria, basis which the entries were first shortlisted by the Ernst & Young team, followed by we had 3 rounds of rigorous evaluation by independent jury members who ensured that all these finalists that are presenting today actually are the best amongst the lot and also fall across on all the parameters that we had set across. So few parameters just to give you an understanding on what the jury members had in mind. A, definitely being how potential the idea had, how innovative it was, how has technology played an important role in the journey of the startup and the MSMEs that have participated, along with what is the future scalability of these organizations. So these 3 strong pillars and evaluation parameters were kept in mind by the jury members, and basis this, we have our 11 finalists who are presenting today. I would once again thanks all the participants and congratulate them and wish them all the very best. I hope they set their best foot forward, and everybody today has a great evening listening to their pitches. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pragya, for that detailed overview of the criteria for today's pitches. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to invite the real stars of the show on stage, our finalists. Without further ado, let us get straight into hearing the innovative pitches we've all been waiting for. Now, our first finalist has built Asia's first SaaS for employee relocation management. His venture is a one-stop relocation platform that entails booking related to packing, moving, pet relocation, and asset relocation services. A huge round of applause for our first finalist, Happylocate Relocation Services. But before we call them on stage, let's discover what are the unique quirks and passion that make our finalists shine. Can we have the AV, please?
My name is Ajay. I am the co-founder of Happylocate, which is actually transforming the way people relocate. Rice and dal. I've done it for months when I was struggling initially and we didn't have money. Okay, I would say Teri Meherbaniya. If you have seen that Jackie Shroff movie where there is a dog that he has, for 2 strong reasons. One is because we are into pet relocations and it has a pet in this. And second, I think that's what my customer feels. You call it bathroom singing because it keeps you stress-free most of the time.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Please join me in welcoming Ajay Tiwari, co-founder, Happylocate. Hi Ajay, welcome. Remember, you've got 6 minutes for your presentation and 7 minutes for your Q&A with the jury. All the best.
Thank you. All right, good evening all of you. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Ajay Tiwari and I'm the co-founder of Happylocate. What we are doing, we are transforming the way people relocate. Before the very first question that comes to the mind, why relocation? Before I talk about it, let me quickly introduce you to my team. My co-founder is Saina Duvuru. He's an ex-NIT and IIM alumnus, has worked with companies like HDFC and BPCL. We have head of operations Mohit, who is also an ex-IIM alumnus and has been one of the founding members of Bounce. About me, I've spent good 13.5 years in HR. I've worked with companies like Nokia and Vodafone. What is common between all of us is that we all have relocated more than 7 times in our careers. And that is something which is what has helped us relate to what one goes through while relocating. But not just this. Additionally, I have also managed thousands of employee relocations during my HR tenure, which gave me a perspective that the problem is not just limited to the end user, but also to these larger corporates, 79% of which are offering relocation benefits to their employees. So let me quickly go ahead and give a brief of what these respective entities face as a challenge. End users, while relocating, they go on Google, Just Dial, and they find cheap and best packers movers. They go through problems like damages, delays, and even thefts. There's no fixed MRP out here, and hence, largely the price difference between two quotations is as high as 280%. On the other side, enterprises are losing millions with cooked up claims. They basically manage entire employee relocations manually, and hence there are policy breaches. Now, what are the options that they have? Largely, they have 15 to 20 large packers movers who they go and choose. Now, they are asset heavy. They have non-scalable operations. And ultimately, for tier 2, tier 3 moves, they depend on these small packers movers, which ultimately leads to a compromised experience. On the other side, we have aggregators like No Broker, who are retail focused and lack operational control, and they are mere aggregators. Now, history knows mere aggregation has never worked in relocation industry. Players like Urban Company, Quicker have not done well because of mere aggregation. Now, this is where comes Happylocate, building Asia's first SaaS to help corporates automate and manage end-to-end employee relocations with policy reinforcements and inbuilt approval flow. So what it does, no matter how complex is a policy, all of it can be automated, and it ensures 100% policy compliant bookings, 18 to 24% cost savings, as well as 13% improved experience. Now, we got feedbacks after we built that from enterprises. This was not enough. They wanted a full stack service. So we built a one-stop relocation platform where one can book your household relocations, pet relocations, and asset deliveries. This was still not enough. We went a step forward and we built tech-driven governance to offer standardized experience and scalable operations. If I talk about the business model, in short, we have flexibility to service both retail and B2B customers. While SaaS that I spoke about ensures business stickiness, it also creates a strong entry barrier for any future competition. And we offer flexibility to these enterprises that they can change their packers movers basis performance without having a need to change Happylocate. As a whole, as a business, with 33% of the world owning pets, we are looking ourselves and we are emerging as a strong brand in pet relocations. And we're already a step ahead disrupting with standardized experience, trained and certified crew, and with eco-friendly moves. We collaborate, I would say, with a lot of relocation service providers. They operate on our SOPs to give a seamless relocation experience to our customers. So Happylocate becomes the front face for our customers. We earn 24% margin on household relocation and 33% margin on asset relocation. Asset is something that came very heavy during COVID, and that was giving us 30% quarter-on-quarter growth. It's a huge market that we are operating in, $13 billion India market and $45 billion global market. It's only going to grow with digital adoption, with 3x increase in job switch frequency, with rise in pet ownership, and people are looking for all relocation-related services on a single platform so that they can conveniently book. We cannot go ahead and target the entire market all at once. So as a step one, while 14 lakh enterprises in India do not have any tool to manage employee relocations, we are first focusing on 6,300 enterprises with more than 5,000 white-collar employee base. And if we service 100% of relocations of just 57 corporates, we'll be doing a top line of 100 crores and a gross margin of 25 crores. Now, it is not just BD and CAM that we are dependent to reach. We also are doing HRMS integrations. And we are also doing strategic alliances with recruitment firms. Some of the marquee brands that you can see on this screen is what we are proud to have it, including Coca-Cola, Adani, Reliance, Bajaj Auto. And what makes us a compelling business proposition is the technology that makes us better, faster, cheaper, and scalable. A few things that we have made, and as an industry-first initiatives, are instant quote with pricing algorithm. We also offer HR's dropout signals. That's how we add value, and we give them a dashboard through which they can control, track, manage the end-to-end employee relocations. We have tied up.
30 seconds to wind up your
This is a booking flow. This is the shortest 4-step, fastest booking flow of how you can book relocations. We focus on unit economics, and that's how we have continued to increase our margins. We have already raised 3 rounds of funds, and we are looking at zero single use of plastic by 2025. We are also looking at sustainable packing so that it can not just reduce the price by 25%, but also damage ratios. This is, in short, I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajay. Jury, it's your turn now. And also we have now with us Siddharth Pai from 314 Capital. A round of applause for him as well, please. Jury, over to you.
Mind if I start? Hi Ajay, congratulations on everything you've built so far.
Thank you.
Why did you decide to go the B2B route and address corporates where you had a great opportunity to build your retail business? Is the corporate paying for the relocation, or is it the employee? And what's the North Star metric for the corporate to actually pay?
All right. I'll go quick on that. I'll talk numbers. So largely, while we are flexible to service, and we are servicing both retail and B2B, but we are B2B focused for simple few reasons. One, it is a profitable business model. It gives you business stickiness. The average ticket size is almost 4.5 times of retail, considering it only has intercity moves, while retail has both within city and intercity. Number 2. Third is that at a CAC of 2,300 rupees, you get a gross margin of 12,000 and a top line of 50,000 rupees. So that's a profitable business to do. And we have not even scratched the surface. Hence, I think we want to take that route first. There's enough market, and we already stand out with SaaS, and hence the focus is more on B2B.
Got it. So it is the corporate that pays you in a SaaS model month on month?
We are extremely flexible to offer all kind of payment. Even corporates having employee paying and claiming is also what we support. We also have direct ties with corporates who wants to pay directly and employee to choose. We are extremely flexible. That's the flexibility of SaaS, which supports all kind of way a corporate wants from a payment perspective.
Thank you, Ajay.
I have a question actually on your just a revenue model for that matter. You mentioned that even as part of your next milestone, there are 57 exclusive enterprises who can generate a GTV of 100 crores and a gross margin of 25. But isn't the GTV a good, but if you look at the revenue model slide of yours, 3/4 of your revenue from packing and moving and 2/3 of your revenue from asset relocation actually go to your partners. Isn't the 25 crore not a gross margin, but actually your revenue? So the overall size that we end up actually reaching may not end up actually creating the kind of venture scale outcome.
I'm sorry, if you can repeat the last statement.
So the last thing I want to say is, given the fact that your revenue may end up as being 25 crores, which is what you labeled as a gross margin here, how do you plan on delivering a venture scale outcome when it comes to the sort of service that you're proposing through your SaaS model?
So you rightly said it. In fact, when we say 100 crore is what a customer or a corporate pays to us, out of which 75 crore is what we pay to our partners, and that is the expense which is required for the entire move. 25 crores, I say gross margin, that actually is a net revenue for Happylocate is how we earn. We have not priced our SaaS. We are giving it a freemium because we want to onboard more and more corporates as of now. We are happy with the 25% that we are getting as of now. While at the same time, we are also looking at pricing SaaS. We have tried it with few, and corporates were happy doing that. But we want to give a little more time and come up with SaaS pricing, which will also add up to. Third, we are looking at coming up with few more services, including your house search assistance. Once we have the potential employee base of a corporate, there are multiple allied services that we can offer. So that is how we are looking at growing our revenue.
What do you believe the revenue potential may end up being? Because what may happen is, even in your competitive landscape, a large number of the service providers, if you start competing with your partners and your service providers, they may decide to end up actually abandoning you and actually moving on to another platform. So what is the fine line you walk between competing with your partners as well as making sure your partners are happy so you can continue to deliver the quality of service that you've espoused to all your enterprise clients?
Got it. A strong motivation for my partners to work with us is, one, a lot of these mid-size and small packers movers, they cannot afford the larger credit period that these corporates have. That's where a better payment cycle that we offer gives them one. Second, when these corporates, when they go to these larger packers movers, ultimately for a lot of moves that happen from tier 2, tier 3 cities, there is an additional layer that gets created. And it passes on to those small packers movers. Now, these are layers that we are removing, creating a value, and hence this is, in terms of margin, is what we are charging. Not just that, when you talk of packing materials, largely packers movers are using raddiwala, carton boxes, etc., and that is something which actually spoils or increases the damage ratio. In short, we are also going ahead and offering them central procurement, we are offering them packing materials at an 8 to 10% cheaper rate. So these are benefits that we offer to packers movers, which makes them stick to us without having a need. In fact, few packers movers have come to us, they've offered their clients, and they wanted to deal with us for the reasons that I said. So that's how we ensure.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you to elaborate a bit more on technology? What have you done that has changed the experience for the client? What have you done internally that can help you to scale? And what have you done that actually cannot be done by the partners that you have? And how much of this is technology enabled, and why can someone else not do the same thing?
Beautiful question. There's a lot that we have done. Starting with one, having a flexibility to service any part of the country through a 650 partner network, and they operating on our SOPs to ensure that a standardized experience is offered on the ground is what was only possible through technology that we have built. One. Second, the very first, if I had to talk of USP or somewhere where we stand out, I talk of SaaS. SaaS is something which allows a corporate where today to manage one single relocation, they are sharing 45 to 60 email trails. With SaaS, it is 0 email trail. Even if there are 100 people relocating, all that they need to do is just upload the list and the job is done. Everything else, the eligibility check, the compliance check, all of it is ensured by the SaaS. So that is a way we clearly stand out, one. On second, largely, we are building load aggregation right now, which is also going to ensure faster deliveries at a 20% cheaper rate, two. Third, what we are building, we have tied up with one of the 2 agencies who are authorized to give carbon credit points. So we've gone a step ahead. We are even helping these larger corporates to come and then offset their carbon emission by earning carbon points with eco-friendly moves that we are doing. So that is something that we are building right now. 3, some of the smart features HRs can relate out here. We offer dropout alerts to HRs. So if a candidate, they can write stipulated period. If they are not even booking services, they get dropout alerts, they get eligibility alerts. By doing this, this is how we are adding value to even HRs and corporates through this. So these are some. We have even gone ahead and we are doing eco-friendly moves, as I said, by ensuring reusable packing material. Quickly, if I had to talk of reusable packing material, why it was there since beginning, but it cannot be used across. Why? Because packers are not using it because it gets lost in the between. So to manage asset mobility of these packing materials is where it is only possible through technology, is what Happylocate is building. So that's where we stand out.
See, one last question. When you say the question was on tech and not on reusable material. So again, I'm going back on the same question. In the front end, you have a beautiful SaaS, but what's there at the back end? How will you coordinate with these traditional packers and movers coming from tier 3 locations on through tech? They don't understand tech. So how will you onboard them apart from onboarding and KYC? How everything is built on tech?
So when we do vendor allocation, what we do, it takes...
I only want to know the tech, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so the technology is something which does auto vendor allocation or auto partner allocation by identifying their geographical strengths, etc. So just the way an Ola and Uber gives a job to a driver by identifying the nearest possible and by their ratings reviews, this is how vendor allocation happens. That is one is...
Not the vendor allocation, the entire coordination of last mile A to B. How will you manage through tech? I mean...
Okay, so as I said, I think the very first point is the vendor allocation, which is tech-driven. I do not choose my partners. My tech finds the right partner basis their strengths and basis when are they available and how nearer they are to the pickup location and again, we do not take drop location because we only take the pickup location to offer to assign a vendor. So vendor assignment is automated when it comes to technology on assigning vendors. If there's anything specific,
Jury, I'm sorry, but that's all the time that we have
Sorry.
for this presentation. And I think that was incredible, Ajay. A huge round of applause for Ajay and for his presentation.
thank you, judges.
Well, dear audience, there is a quick announcement for you that we have an Audience Choice Award and you get a chance to cast your vote. The voting pads are on the table. I would request you all to please cast your vote. As you can see on the screen, your voting pads have A, B, C, D. You can see that A being 10, B 8, C 6, and D 3. You have 15 seconds to cast your vote. Just press on between A, B, C, and D and rate the presentation. And you'll get 15 seconds after every presentation to score, on basis which we will have the Audience Choice Award. Well, moving on, this next startup venture seeks to digitize agri-commodity quality assessment with the power of artificial intelligence. With its AI-powered automatic grain analyzer, MAT, this startup is all set to redefine the concept of agri-trade in India. Please give a round of applause for our next finalist, Nebula Innovations. But first, let's find out what makes them truly innovative. Can we have the AV, please?
My name is Nishant Arora and I'm here to introduce Nebula Innovation. All the physical parameters of commodities like rice, wheat, soya is tested through this machine. After entering into this and handling the business, I'm more into talking people, more into interacting with the people. I guess being an engineer, everyone would have this thing in mind. Opening a cafe, you can sell a tea and Maggie.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Please join me in welcoming Mohit and Nishan from Nebula Innovations. A round of applause for them. Can we please have both of them on stage? Welcome, gentlemen. Just repeating the rules for you. Remember, you have 13 minutes, of which 6 minutes are for your presentation and 7 minutes for your interaction with our jury member. And your time starts now.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Nebula Innovations. So we are here to discuss a very important aspect of our human life, that is food and its quality. Do we know how the food quality of food grains is assessed in mandis and warehouses? So I will like to take you through the manual quality assessment process, which happens, and the grain quality is decided in market yards. And our beloved farmers who grow these grains are paid for their hard work. So on the screen, there is an image where a trained chemist is doing quality assessment. It takes around 20-gram rice sample, and the job of this chemist is to assess each and every grain which is present in the sample and to check the defects, whether the grain is defected or not. And based upon this, a sample composition report is prepared. And based upon this sample composition report, a grade is assigned to the sample, which means the price of that particular load is directly proportional to the grade it belongs to. So in that case, basically the manual quality assessment has some constraints. That is, it is not scalable, it is resource intensive, a skilled chemist is required. It is so cumbersome that basically the efficiency of this entire process drops as you prolongly assess this quality. So the focus is lost for that particular chemist, and ultimately it is prone to human error. So how basically we find it very cumbersome, and we decided to change this entire process with the help of technology. So the fate of Indian farmers should not be defined by this subjective process itself, and this is the inaccurate process of doing quality assessment. We invented a product, MAT, which is an AI-powered automatic grain analyzer. Next slide. So our solution is depending upon the artificial intelligence and computer vision technologies. We assess grains from multiple sides, and we prepare the sample composition report under 90 seconds instead of 30 to 40 minutes of resource-intensive task. Our reports are verifiable so that basically we have a transparent method of assessment, and we can resolve any dispute which comes into the grain trade. So I would like to take you through a small video for defining our product, and after that, basically, start.
As the world is going digital for the future, so is the agricultural industry. And now is the time to adopt a digital quality check mechanism to grow your agri-business. Manual testing for buying and selling commodities need a huge amount of time and effort. Then manually entering the data into the company's systems is really cumbersome. Handling quality disputes is a big pain, plus eliminating human error from the process is impossible. All these problems can be avoided with MAT, Automatic Quality Testing Machine. It takes less than a minute to test a sample with MAT. So there will be no longer a queue of trucks waiting for their turn to test. MAT will analyze the entire surface of each grain, and its AI will cover all physical parameters ranging from size, shape, color, texture, and so much more. You can instantly have the complete quality report available on your mobile or computer. MAT gives a labeled image of the sample which can be shared with buyers and sellers to make the transaction more transparent. MAT can test more than 30 commodities, and with MAT, every step in the agricultural supply chain will speed up. For more information, log on to www.nebula.in or write us at info@nebula.in.
There is also an impact video I would like to share with you so that you can understand what is the kind of impact we are making into our client ecosystem.
So FCI Food Corporation of India is one of our biggest clients. So they made this video for us. So without wasting any time, we'll quickly take you through this video.
Food Corporation of India procures food grains for distribution under various government welfare schemes to provide food security to the nation. Quality of food grains is pivotal to FCI, assessment of which is currently tedious, lengthy, and involves human subjectivity. To ensure transparency and to minimize human intervention in quality assessment, FCI has introduced the world's most sophisticated grain analyzer, MAT, developed by Nebula Innovations, which works with technologies like artificial intelligence and computer vision. The device is a completely make-in-India product and a world-class innovation for which it has been awarded India and US patents. MAT Grain Analyzer is easy to use and provides minimalistic user interface. MAT, equipped with multi-site imaging technologies and powered by deep learning, automatically separates touching grains and classifies every grain into FCI-required morphological parameters. MAT provides accurate results in just 1 minute against 30 to 40 minutes of resource-intensive manual assessments. It produces verifiable results by generating labeled images as each grain is marked with its respective categories. The reports can be directly uploaded to the agency's ERP system, saving the manual result, uploading time, and now the printed receipts can be directly shared with farmers, millers instantly. This automation in quality assessment saves time, ensures accuracy, and removes individual discretion in procurement.
So,
It's really wonderful that you're with the pain point that you're solving. My first question is, do you have competition? And my second question is, how much does this AI grain analyzer cost, and how many units have you sold till date?
So first question, sir, ma'am, I would like to answer that. We don't have any competition yet in the market. So second, the price of this machinery is somewhere in the range of 12 to 15 lakhs. And so far, we have already installed more than 600 units in the market, corresponding to Food Corporation of India, ENAM, Mandi Yards, then civil supplies, then there are private players. So all these clubs make it more than 600 machines in the market.
And we are also trying to export these devices, or we already have started an export for these.
Hi, just a question. You said 12 to 15 lakhs. So just curious to know who's paying for this, and is there some kind of a reverse feedback which goes into the system back to the farmers? So I think who's paying for it, and what kind of a feedback mechanism exists, if at all?
Ma'am, like we just said, that one of the biggest, I'll take an example, one of our biggest clients is Food Corporation of India. And Food Corporation of India is serving more than 60% of the population right now. Approximately 82 crore people is what FCI is serving right now. So they have installed these machines at more than 400 locations of there. And the government of India are paying for these machineries, where they can test the quality which is incoming and the quality which is outgoing at the ration shop, which is provided to the low class of our country.
And in National Electronic Market Scheme, basically the trading happens based upon the quality report we generate. We have installed around 200 plus devices in National Agriculture Market, and these are deployed in Rajasthan and Haryana state. Every mandi has this device.
So where the quality is assessed and the trade has happened on the basis of the quality report generated by the MAT.
You talked about a relationship between the quality and relating it to a price on an automatic basis. How does that happen, number one? And number two, is this I think the question was, is this other data play? Is there some way you can actually figure out where yields are getting better geographically? Is there a data play beyond the quality at that moment? Is not clear from your presentation.
Right, sir. Our vision is this, that basically every location should have a quality map associated with it. Like we can have the quality information of each and every mandi, and we can have the quality information of every farmer. By the time basically we have a lot of data, every farmer will have a quality profile, every miller will have the quality profile. So basically, based upon this data, we can also recommend the farmer that this method you need to improve your quality. Like we have done a pilot program in Telangana where we see chaffee kernels were more in paddy samples, and it was around 40% basically chaffee kernel were there. So chaffee kernel, the main reason behind chaffee kernel is deficiency of boron in their farming practices. So we can recommend and we can move to quality diagnostic services after it.
So from a revenue, but what's your current revenue model as of now? Does it only consist of actually selling the machine selling the machine for that matter, or do you end up actually charging per use or have some variation about that?
So for now, sir, we are into the business of selling this machineries. But later in the stage, we can come in the service area as well, where we can provide a per sample test to the people who wanted to test their sample.
Understood, because even though these are very impressive numbers, 12 lakhs per device and 600 devices, but that roughly translates to a revenue of about 7.2 CR, which is just under $1 million for that matter. So, and what is the repeatability of business that you can end up actually getting from this?
So, sir, I would just take you through that, like I mentioned, Food Corporation of India. So we have installed the machines at their 400 locations. So Food Corporation of India alone have more than 2,500 warehouses in our country. Apart from that, we have state warehouses. Then we have mandi yards. In mandi yards, we have installation at more than 250 locations. So overall, that we see the projection is of more than 10,000 machineries in our country only.
Yeah, impressive.
We have around 7,000 mandis, and all the mandis are going to be digital.
What is the running cost? What are the issues that have been faced? You charge for the machine. What does the person have to do after that? What is the usage? What is the material that is used? What's the failure rate? How do you service it? Are there contracts for that? Is there additional revenue for you? Not clear.
So, sir, means apart from the upfront cost, there is a 5% CMC cost that we charge every year for first 2 years. First 2 years, the servicing and the repair of the machinery is totally free. There is no additional thing required. It's just the sample that the people draw from the lot is to be spread on the machine, and it close and start working. It is as easy as using a cell phone means. It's more easy than in fact using a cell phone.
How many people took the AMC, and for the money that you collected, did you spend more on the AMC or did you spend less than the money you collected?
We spend really less on it. Even our biggest client demands the not more than 24-hour downtime, and we are successfully running the company from last 5 years. Our devices are running almost smooth in every location. And there is no such downtime because this is basic computing device.
So, sir, just for another answer, sir. At 400 location of Food Corporation of India, without any downtime, we have assessed more than 6 lakh sample in past 4 months, which is a lot of 180 lakhs metric ton stock is already tested on these machines and is being traded to the ration shops for sending it to the ground.
And apart from this, basically we have been able to serve around 6 lakh farming community through National E-Agriculture Market Scheme. All the decisions and trade happened during our report.
So the numbers are impressive, tremendous market potential. What is the big challenge that you're facing currently? Is there any?
The biggest challenge is to cover the nature randomness, because we need to build the highly accurate models and we need to run those models on the edge devices, because we have to deploy our devices to the remotest of the locations and they do not have the much internet connectivity or so.
Yes.
So we have to build our models so accurately and so efficiently so that they be more accurate, and because this is a very sensitive information we are having access to. So keeping it confidential and ultimately making it more accurate is the biggest challenge which we face.
How, in your personal opinion, how hard would it be for somebody to actually end up recreating your algorithm? Because algorithm actually essentially works on computer vision to analyze the size of the grain and compare that against a standard parameter, and then end up actually assessing a sort of a scale to it, right? A, B, C, D. I think that's the scale that you end up using. So how sophisticated is that algorithm as of now? And in your opinion, do you believe that the recent advancements in technologies poses an existential threat to your particular business model?
Sir, means we couldn't get your question, exact question.
No, so
sorry.
the simple thing is the rapid pace of technology as of now, a large amount of these sort of services, which is computer vision based, which is actually comparing a large number of pictures or samples against standards,
right,
and then ascribing a score to it. Given the pace of technology, do you view that as a threat to your current business model?
No, sir. Basically, the technology always creates some threats. Basically, like ChatGPT came, that is the advanced model. Now, basically, we will be also developing the advanced model, and we will be enhancing and doing R&D over the next step. Like right now, the company Nebula is doing only physical quality assessment, which is basically we are assessing only shape and size. We want to get into the chemical quality assessment as well, and the R&D work is still going on. So we will be doing experiments with various spectrums. Right now, the technology is based on RGB spectrum, which is visual image basis. Right now, we are working with NIR devices and basically UV spectrum to analyze more and more parameter, and we will increase the sophistication of these devices so that we can be having the competitive advantage in the market. And since we have the innovative attitude, we have got the patent as well. So that will also safeguard us with respect to this.
Understood. Perfect.
So MAT have both India and US patent as well.
And it has been recognized in US as well. So basically we have the open market, and right now through our R&D we managed to do it.
Hey, I have one question. So there's no uniform setting, right? So there's no uniform setting while growing the grains, right? So there are different regions, different soil, different climates.
Exactly. Right.
Now, who sets the standard there in your machine?
So basically the grain quality standards are managed by BIS and FCI, or basically every client has their quality standards. And we seek samples from our client and we develop model corresponding to those standard parameters only.
What is a scanning rate?
Sorry?
What is a scanning rate? What is a scanning rate when the grains are passing through the machine?
Scanning rate?
Yeah.
Okay. So we assess around 25 gram sample, which is a BIS standard, and basically we produce result in 1 minute. And imaging takes around 30 seconds and processing rate is around 40 seconds. So in 1 minute, 10 seconds, you will have one sample result.
So does it grade after that? No.
No.
It only scans a portion of the sample.
See, grades are defined by agencies like BIS. Like basically there are certain set of parameters and their limits are also defined. Like basically damaged grain should not exceed more than 1% by weight. So our machine gives you the composition report and tells you the grade as well. So digital grading happens.
So if there are 2 tons of wheat, out of which a portion of it is broken wheat,
right,
but 70% are proper,
right,
that means the image gives you a grading where it says that there are a lot of broken wheat. So it actually gets into a second category, right?
So actually, sir, see, I'll tell you, sir, if we talk about wheat, so there are 8 different parameters on which it is accessed, right? So broken is one of them. So we have different parameters. If we talk about BIS standard for FCA and the Russian shop, it is like the broken should not be more than 15% in wheat. So if it is more than 15%, then it will be rejected. And for the ground, if we talk about the market yards, the broken percentage should not be more than 10%. So if it is more than that, then it will be go into the different grades.
Thank you.
Yes.
Audience, I'd like to remind you once again that we have an Audience Choice Award as well. Please do remember to vote for the presentation. As you can see, there is the voting pads are on your table, and we have 4 options: A, B, C, D. A being 10, B being 8, C being 6, and D being 3. You have 15 seconds to vote. Well, with that, it's now time for us to introduce our next company that envisions to reclaim agricultural waste and converting it into high-value products through eco-friendly and zero-waste technology. Please join me in welcoming Aspartika Biotech, but first, let's have their AV.
I'm Srinivas. I'm promoter of Aspartika Biotech Private Limited. We are a startup focusing on converting waste into wealth by creating a revenue for the farmers. So my professor's photo. So our entire business is focused on the crazy idea of converting the discarded waste into high-value nutraceutical products, and that we have been pursuing consistently. Looking at label claims of each and every product and trying to find alternatives and healthier options for this.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Please welcome Srinivasan V, founder and CEO of Aspartika Biotech. Can we please have him on stage? Please remember that you have 6 minutes for your presentation, and dear jury, I would also request you to please keep your questions within 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Srinivas from Aspartika Biotech Private Limited. The company focuses on conversion of waste silk pupa into high-value nutraceutical products. Can you imagine India produces more than 1 lakh metric tons of silk pupa as a waste? We have a technology where we can convert this waste into omega-3 fatty acids, which can be used for human, poultry, and pet applications. The remnant after extraction of omega-3 fatty acids is rich in protein, which can be used for poultry and aqua industries as a protein supplement. In addition to that, we have a formulation where we can convert this into a poultry feed additive. By giving this poultry feed additive, we get eggs enriched with omega-3 fatty acids. Whereas a normal egg has 40 mg, this egg would have 250 to 300 mg of omega-3 fatty acids. So our company started in 2015, and we established a pilot scale production unit after 3 years of research in 2019. Right now, we have collaborated with State and Central Silk Board to produce omega-3 fatty acids and value-added products from silk industry waste. So this is my core team, Ashwati and Rizwan, who are young scientist recipients from state and central government, who are looking at production and marketing respectively. So we have a strong pool of mentors. Dr. R.N. Srinivas Gowda, who was founder vice chancellor of Veterinary University, Dr. Kanika Trivedi, who was ex-director of Central Silk Board, Professor Nagendra. We have Dr. Jagdish N. Mittur, who has mentored several startups to scale up, and Dr. Vasudevappa, who was chairman of Fishery Development Board. So coming back to the preamble of our entire industry, for the benefit of people who are new to this, if you see the image of the cocoon, the outer shell, which composes of 20% is only converted into silk, whereas 80% of the insect is discarded as waste. That means for every 1,35,000 metric tons of cocoon that is being produced in India, only 20% of that is converted into waste, whereas more than 1 lakh metric ton is discarded as a waste, silkworm pupa. Can you imagine, this is the fate of silkworm pupa when it is discarded. Just a bowl of 1 kg of pupa, you can imagine how many infestations, algal contamination, bacterial contamination happens in this, and you can see the insects coming out and flying out. So you imagine 1 lakh metric tons of waste discarded like this. So we have a process where we can control the infestation. We have a technology where this can be infestation-free, sterile, and long shelf life, and we can convert it into a useful products. If you see the waste that is coming out like this, and the potential is it's a rich source of protein, fat, and lot of phytonutrients. So the second pain point problem that we are trying to solve is the requirement of omega-3 fatty acids. If you see WHO recommendation, a minimum of 0.5 gram of omega-3 fatty acid is required per day. But can you imagine more than 90% of Indians do not reach this RDA. And it is a severe health crisis, totally undermined. So why? Because it comes from expensive sources like fish, krill, shrimp, etc. and flax seeds, chia seeds, etc. We are coming up with the world's cheapest source. And we have a complete technology where we can extract this pupa into a omega-3 fatty acid and silk supplements. So this is our technology. Coming to the novelty, we have a clean and green technology. We use supercritical CO2 technology, indigenous made, and we have zero waste. We have a complete zero waste technology. Only the raw materials we use is the waste silk pupa, hot water, cold water, compressed air, and CO2. CO2 comes from fermentation industries. The USP is we are minimum 50% cheaper than all other sources and 20% higher in omega-3 fatty acid content. Coming to the safety, silkworm finds is mentioned in lot of classical texts as well. So if you see the profile, scientific profile, the silkworm pupa oil and cake, it surpasses the soya meal and fish meal in terms of composition. We have conducted more than 100 roadshows till now, where we have trained farmers in collaboration with state silk board. And we have also created self-help groups for the deployment and collection of silk pupae. So we have a completely defensible IP where we have a novel process for extraction, infestation control, odor-free, and a formulation which produces omega-3 fatty acids. It's protected through a combination of 2 patent applications and trade secrets. So our B2B products, silkworm pupa, which is used as a bait, and silkworm pupa oil and pupa cake. And our B2C products which are coming up is the Egmore Omega and the pet food industries. So in addition to this, we have multiple wastes that have been reclamated using the same technology. So coming to the impact, 80% of the silk waste is converted into high-value products. We provide employment to more than 10 million children, 10 million farmers. That's the potential, out of which 40% is women. And we have a mathematical calculation. If we are able to completely reclimate all the waste, we will be able to create give omega-3 fatty acids for 30 million children for the entire year. So till now, we have reclamated more than 1,000 metric tons of silk pupa, and we meet 5 UN SDG goals. So these are several roadshows. We also have got lot of invitations from foreign ministers, where during our G20 summit, where Mauritius minister also visited us for implementing in their country, and we have received 2 international and 5 national awards. And we all know that the business is very huge. It's more than $9 billion, growing at CAGR. Thank you.
Over to you, Judy.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Just like to understand a little bit about your competition.
So right now, pupa oil, we don't have any company working making pupa oil omega-3 fatty acids from silkworm pupa. We are the first. We have the first mover advantage, and many people have attempted to do this but failed miserably at the stage of infestation control.
I have a question around the positioning of your product.
Yeah.
Why did you first think of having waste management as the focus of your positioning? Why didn't you think of the B2C segment, or the B2C in fact, like where you've got pet foods at the center of your business, or let's say having these eggs that you're thinking, or the flatbread that you're planning?
Yeah.
Why did you keep waste management as the focus?
So we initially started with reclamation of the waste, where farmers approached us, and we started getting inquiries. If you see the silk industry, which started in Chikbalapur. It moved out 100 kilometers to Shidlaghatta. Now people are forcing to move out to another 100 kilometers because of the infestation. That is the focus that we started with. Then initially our idea was to reclaim the waste, not to create any product. Later on we realized that instead of decomposing and putting it into the fields, we need to convert into some high value products. Once we converted into high value products, we started giving it to poultry industries. The omega oil and pupa, when it was given to poultry industries, the poultry egg also gets value addition. The normal egg, which is sold at 3 rupees 60 paisa, the designer egg enriched with omega-3 fatty acid is sold at 10 to 12 rupees per egg. We have value addition at 2 places. That's how we went into B2C segment.
What is the cost of deployment of this particular technology?
Can you?
The cost of deployment. So let's say, for example, you go to some place in Karnataka, decide to set up your factory. How long would it take for you to set it up, and what would the cost be, and when would the payback period end up coming?
So right now, the collection of silkworm pupa is not an expensive affair. We have already established 2 self-help groups. We also have 5,000 beneficiaries in Assam. We deployed it through an NGO where we spent about 2 crores to give a beneficiary of 5,000, and we are also working with Kashmir, Kashmir University to implement similar technology.
No, understood. But my question is, how much does it cost for someone to for you to set up this particular plant, including with all the CO2 and everything that you end up needing for that?
We have an estimate of 100 CR to completely reclaim all the waste that is coming out of India. We are in discussion with certain VCs, where right now our total investment that we have made is about 5 crore, which includes capital, R&D and everything. Our setup costs around 2 CR.
Understood. Okay. And what do you believe are the barriers to scale for you?
So the barriers, if there are any regulatory barriers, like suddenly government says that silk industry should be stopped or something like that, that's the only barrier we see. Other than that, India is the second largest producer of silk. So availability of raw material. We are in the verge of signing an MOU with Central Silk Board, where through a public-private partnership model, we want to establish these facilities for extraction.
You know, you've got multiple revenue streams, B2B, B2C, you've got ancillary products. Can you first take me through the current business growth numbers? And also, secondly, if you could, talk to me about the kind of, there's tremendous social and environment impact and all of that, but how do you further use technology going forward, be it marketing or whatever? How do you plan to use technology more in terms of, you've got AI, do you have a future outlook?
So our major focus will be on collecting of silkworm pupae and making omega-3 fatty acids. We had to make multiple streams of revenue for our survival and have multiple products, high value, low volume product and low value, high volume product as well. That was the only purpose of having multiple streams of revenue, and we have a strong R&D team. So we want to have multiple streams of revenue as a backup if something goes wrong. That was the intention. And
any numbers that you can say, and the role of technology going forward?
So role of technology, we say, for example, we have a herbal spray, which is given to the farmers. Initially it's sprayed, and as of now it's been given free of cost. That's been given free of cost, and we collect pupa from farmers at the price of around 30 to 40 rupees per kg, which is an additional revenue for them. A farmer makes about 7,000 rupees additional revenue, and we convert into high value products. Say, for example, our pupa oil can be sold at around 1,800 rupees minimum per kg, and even the left out after extraction of oil, the cake, we are selling it around 120 rupees per kg because of the high protein content. This year we have reached a turnover of about 2 CR, and because ours is a pilot production facility, we need to scale up 10x.
How did you decide to be in Kashmir and then Assam and then here? Are you doing this by design, by accident? And how will it go beyond NGOs and government support?
So how did we go is what your question, right, sir? So,
and is it just because the opportunity was there, or you can actually go to other states? Are there 20 places? Are there 5 places?
Yes, sir. The Assam and Kashmir, actually we went through an accidental meeting with through one of our mentors who is a advisor for Northeast Silk Association. So through him, because there is a different variety of silk that is grown there, and there is huge potential, and it's been discarded, and it is much more organic and safe and clean there. and there is a lot of requirement. That's how we went to Assam. And likewise, we also had a friend who became a professor in Kashmir, and they also realized a lot of potential in Kashmir. We were invited by government to work with them.
Your team seems to have people who understand biology, and you've gone to places through board of advisors. Would you not be able to scale better if you had a much more formal marketing outreach team and went in a way where the potential was the highest?
Yeah. So coming to the potential, sir, Karnataka, our major hub is Ramanagara, Chikbalapur, Shidlaghatta. This is our major hub, and we went to Assam only for the reason that there is the only state which produces another variety of silk.
I just want to understand from various revenue streams, presence in various states, what according to you is your biggest threat? Not a challenge internally, but where do you see a point of failure in your entire set of operations and revenue streams?
So from past 3 years, we have streamlined things and put things in place that we had challenges like infestation and all those things, technical challenges. Apart from that, we don't envision a major challenge because we have already reclamated more than 1,000 metric tons of pupa, and the potential is 10,000 metric tons. We don't envision a major challenge. There may be certain operational challenges, working with farmers and having self-help groups, organizing them and all those things. Those may be some operational challenges that we envision.
Well, thank you so much, Yuri. That's all the time we have. And thank you, Srinivasan. It was an incredible presentation. And once again, audience, it's your turn now to vote for Srinivasan. Thank you, Srinivasan. Well, as you once again, you can see it on the screen that your voting pads have A, B, C, D, and A being the highest, which is 10, B 8, C 6, and D 3. You have 15 seconds to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a social impact startup that is disrupting the way the visually impaired learn across the globe through the world's first self-learning and remote-enabled Braille literacy device that teaches students with visual impairment how to read, write, and type in Braille by using an interactive and gamified process. Please join me in welcoming our next finalist, Tinkerbell Labs. But first, let's take a look at their AV.
My name is Aman and I am from Tinkerbell Labs. It has to be vernacular speaking robots because as the population ages, people are looking for companions and those kind of companions who could speak your language, that's something people are looking for. It would be Eye of the Tiger by Survivor, and both of those things are critical. That's a very tough question. I would definitely do eggs, my style, but yeah, very hard to do.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Well, please join me in welcoming Amit Srivastava. A round of applause for him, please. This looks like a very interesting setup here. Well, remember, you've got 13 minutes, 6 minutes for your presentation and 7 minutes for your interaction with the jury.
Thank you so
much. All
much.
the best, and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aman. I'm the co-founder of Tinkerbell Labs, and we are trying to disrupt the way visually impaired children learn globally. Our mission is to solve the problem of low literacy among blind and visually impaired people worldwide. And our vision is to ensure equal access for children across the globe. And this would require making education inclusive, and that's our vision. All right. So I am Aman, and we have been working together for the last 8 years on this problem. All of us are from BITS Pilani. And, the founding team has basically designed, developed, and manufactured and taken to the market, to the grassroots level, this technology that I'm going to here display today. First, let me talk about the problem. The problem here is Braille literacy is extremely low globally. It's less than 10% in the US, less than 1% in India, less than 4% in the UK, and this is really killing global productivity. And what we are here to do is to solve this problem. This problem exists because the current methods of teaching Braille require 1:1 hand holding. Like a teacher literally has to hold your hand to teach you Braille. And this is what we are here to solve. Our product is Annie. It's the world's first Braille teaching device. It's patented in India and the US. And the way Annie works is it talks to you, very much like Alexa does. And it essentially teaches the child via lessons, games, and challenges, basically self-learning, interactive content that we have developed in-house, the fundamentals of reading, writing, and typing. One of the most important skills once the foundation is set is audio comprehension and vocabulary, which is what Annie is really focused on. So our goal here is to ensure that children can become literate all on their own. We are backed by one of the best investors in the world. Mr. Mahindra and Raman Roy started when we were just 1 year out of college. And recently we were on Shark Tank and we were able to raise from Lenskart, Anupam, and Namita as well. We had our first customer in 2018. And after, I would say, 5 years of working, we signed a multi-million-dollar contract with American Printing House. It's one of the largest agencies for the blind in the world. And we have, in partnership with them, developed Poly, which is a US variant and a US brand. Poly was recognized by Time magazine as one of the best inventions of 2022 in the accessibility category. And now it's rolling out all over the US. Very happy to announce that apart from the active operations in India as well as US, we have been able to sign a contract with Humanware, which is a assistive tech global leader, to distribute in UK, Ireland, Australia, and New Zealand. So in the next coming year, we will be launching in these geographies as well. Our partnership with APH, which is our partnership for a national level rollout in the US, has progressed really well. They have projected a 3x demand from last time. Our contract last time was $1.7 million, and now they are projecting a 3x growth from there. And most importantly, in India, it took us 4.5 years to reach around 50 live learning centers, and it took us 1.5 years to cross that scale in the US. So we are growing really fast. There's a lot of demand coming in from the Middle East as well. We've been given grants to localize the product and start launching there. So we will be launching in Saudi Arabia and in UAE in the next 2 years. And as I mentioned again, Annie will be launching in UK, Ireland, Australia, and New Zealand soon. We are on track this year to cross 1.5 million in revenue, annual revenue, and we've raised less than 1.07 million in equity funding so far. And what really clicks for our team, or the team's USP, is essentially navigating, blue ocean markets where there are double unknowns, and in a very capital efficient manner. We have been granted the patent in US and India, and we are pending in Canada, Australia, and Europe. We've gotten several grants, and recently my co-founder Sanskriti was also called to be one of the top women entrepreneurs to interact with the president and give a speech to her. So we have a lot of backing from various agencies across the globe, and we intend on making the most of it, and we would love to have you join us as well.
Aman, congratulations. I very well remember your Shark Tank episode. It was one of the most touching episodes, I think, from Shark Tank India. But I also remember that, there were revenue projections of about 20 CR that you are planning in 2022. It's 2024 started, and you're projecting about 1.29 million this year, and next year you're planning about 1.69 million. What is going wrong in the GTM strategy?
So, I would love to address that. So the way we are actually planning right now is a couple of global agencies have sort of shown interest to to deploy this in lower and middle income countries. And we realized that our scale of production, our production capacity, neither with us or our vendors is actually at that mark. So we are currently at 1,500 units. We have to do more than 3,000 units next year. And in 2 years, we need to get to 5,000. So the reason the projections have changed a bit is because we really need the next 18 months to prepare for that production upgrade.
Just want to understand the back-end technology piece for Annie and Poly or Poly.
Sure, that's a great question. So the way Annie works is it basically is focused on 3 core skills, which is reading, writing, and typing. And as you can see, there is literally Braille coming up here. And Annie talks to the child very much like Alexa. So the lessons, games, and challenges sort of guide them through reading, writing, and typing. And the technology here is, you see, these are actuators that are coming up and down. So that technology has been developed by us, as well as the learning algorithm, like which tracks where the child is doing right or wrong. So the instantaneous corrective feedback, that's the major technology behind the software and the content.
So you've explained who your typical users are. I think that's evident. But what is your typical customer profile look like? Like, are they going to be individuals who are going to place that order? Will it be organizations who end up actually doing it? What is the how many orders do they normally end up placing? And what does the replacement timelines look like also?
It's a great question. So our typical customer is, so our strategy for go-to-market is to get a national level implementation agency, partner with them to roll out. And this happened in the US because of 18 months of rigorous testing. So our partner in the US actually manages the federal quota fund of the government of the United States. So once that has been done, so now they are placing annual orders. So like when we started, it was around north of 500K like dollars. And now they're projecting like 3x of that per year. So normally what is happening in this entire industry is that institutional or assistive tech distributors or the government type of agencies are the major customers. The users are different from the customers, and normally, the customers are agencies who are responsible for education of visually impaired. So that's the customer.
Perfect, thank you. And what, according to you, is the total addressable market that you are servicing as of now?
So the way we are capturing the total addressable market, so there are 3 customer segments that we can talk about. The first is, more developed countries, which is like the US, UK, etc., who have, really sophisticated AT service delivery mechanisms, as well as the affordability, institutional affordability. The second customer segment, I would say, is, the GCC countries, the emerging countries with high amount of institutional budgets, but no established way of procurement of assistive technology. And the third would be the highest need ones, which are like India, where the market is emerging, need is high, but institutional affordability is low. So I would say the first customer segment is $10 million a year, but the second one is maybe upwards of, 50 million. It depends. So that's what depends. And if we could look at the entire globe, that would be around $1.5 billion across 500 such organizations, which we have identified will do this across all 3 customer segments.
Oh. So what I understand is that, you want to, and you are partnering with government institutions in particular countries for their learning pedagogy, and you're working with them. You've developed Annie for India, Poly for US, you're entering the Middle East. Is that your global playbook? Are you going to name another, as you enter a different geography, is that how you plan to go? And also one very quick question, you've been backed by fabulous investors. How much equity do you currently hold?
Great question. Yes. So the global playbook is becoming like that. For example, in Spain, there is an organization very much like APH who is one of the largest lotteries in the world, largest employers of visually impaired. It's not a charity. It's called ONSA. So you see, it is becoming globally that's the playbook. So you have to work with them. You have to develop the content. You have to localize it. Everywhere children learn differently. So that is very quickly becoming the playbook that we will go in, we will create a brand locally and ensure that the partner requisite for that nation is who takes it up. With respect to, fundraising. We have great investors, and we intend on, inviting some more. We have currently 65% promoter held, and the rest is employees as well as investors.
How long do your localization programs take? And is it dependent on language, dependent on geography, dependent on culture? What are the factors that you take into account when you decide to undertake a localization project?
So, localization normally takes 2 months. We are working on reducing that, but currently, we need to understand how the children are studying, how the teachers are currently, what kind of stories are they using. So since we are localizing to that degree, it takes around 2 months. We normally work with the experts there in order to validate everything that we are building. So since we are building software and content as well, so the localization has to happen for each of these pieces.
Just one last question, since we have some time. You mentioned that the overall customer appetite is far more than your ability to deliver. So just putting numbers to this, how much capital would you require, whether it's equity, debt, whatever form it is for that matter, and how long would it take for you and your partners to end up actually getting the necessary capex in order to fulfill the kind of demand that you're seeing as of now?
Great question. So we're going to raise 4 million in equity next, and with a credit line of up to 2 million for the next round.
Thank you.
Great. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much, jury.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Aman. Well, audience, remember, please do vote for Aman. And A is the highest, B, of course, is 8, C is 6, and D is 3 points. You have 15 seconds to vote. Well, moving on, now in the realm of medical innovation stands a company dedicated to transforming breast cancer detection. With cutting-edge technology and a commitment to early diagnosis, this entity has developed a groundbreaking artificial intelligence-based medical device. Its solutions offers unparalleled accuracy and efficiency, capable of detecting breast cancer at earlier stages than conventional methods. Please join me in welcoming our next finalist, Nirami Health Analytics. Let's have the AV first spot.
Hi, I'm Geeta, founder and CEO of Nirami Health Analytics, where we are building a new method of detecting breast cancer. I was a very shy and not talking to anybody. I think after being an entrepreneur, I can talk to anyone. I think I lead just Khaman Dokla. This is like an ATM machine. You walk in, close the door, remove your clothes, and you wear the clothes and come out. You will know where all there is a problem in your body.
Dell Technologies Presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Well, please put your hands together for Geeta Manjunath, founder, CEO and CTO, Nirami Health Analytics. Hi Geeta, welcome. Remember, you have 6 minutes for your presentation and the remaining time from 13 minutes for your interaction with the jury member. Your time starts now.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. It's a great pleasure to be presenting our work at Nirami in front of all the elite audience and the judges. Nirami means being healthy, and what we come here is with a vision to create a new method of detecting abnormalities in the body. In that direction, we have an excellent leadership team consisting of AI scientists, business development experts, as well as clinical experts from India and abroad. And the first problem we are attempting to solve is the problem which is affecting every lady in the world, and it's the top cancer killer as well. 684,000 women died last year because of this disease. For a cancer which is completely curable, we are losing 50% of the ladies detected with cancer. Every alternate lady detected with cancer is dying. How can we save them? If detected early, we can have 90% survival rate. A late-stage detection has 10% survival rate. So early detection is absolutely key. Early detection means don't wait for symptoms, but detect it proactively with preventive care. That is what all of us know. What's the problem in the current screening method? That we are not able to detect it early enough. First, of course, is the affordability and accessibility of the current modality, the standard called mammography, for example. It's a great test, but it's expensive, especially for countries like India, about 159 developing countries. It's really a problem to buy the equipment, train the staff to do the testing, and get the radiologist to do the analysis and interpretation. Those of you who have taken a mammogram or has had family member taken a mammogram, you know that it's not a very comfortable experience to remove clothes in front of everyone or your technician, and then, of course, getting compressed and so on and so forth. And that deters adoption. Thirdly, there is a new aspect that has come out, which is the current method is not working on younger women, where you're seeing 27% of all cancer deaths today. And it also doesn't work on 50% of women elder to 45. So if we are able to get an accessible, affordable method of detecting cancer, which works on dense breast as well, we can address 90% of the ladies who are detecting their cancer by hand. That is stage 2 or stage 3. And that is what I'm here to present to you. A novel AI-based radiation-free test, which is affordable, portable, and safe for women of all age groups. And it does work on women with dense breast or fatty breast, which is the main limitation of current method from a technology standpoint. And to top it, it is completely privacy aware. So the magic is the combination of AI with a device like this. You would have seen a mammogram, which is half of this stage. And I'm talking about this device, which is a thermal scanner, simple thermal scanner that all of us have used during COVID screening, converted into a cancer screening device. With this, we have shown that we are able to detect stage 0 cancer in an affordable, accessible manner. And you can see it's extremely portable. So you can do this test even outside a hospital. And the best part is the experience of the end user. Nobody sees or touches the person during this test. The only breast scanning device where you don't have to remove your clothes in front of others. The lady is inside, technician is outside. What is the market potential today is very obvious, but if you look at it from a tops-down perspective, of course, there's a medical imaging market which is growing at 6% CAGR. Thermal imaging market also is growing thanks to COVID. But AI in medical imaging is growing at 33%. That's the tops-down approach of calculating the market opportunity. Whereas from a bottoms-up perspective, if I categorically see this particular device and our software, which is enabling this to be a cancer screening device, can unlock a total addressable market of 27 billion every year, because 2 billion women need to be screened every year. And even if I charge just $10 from an API standpoint, it's a huge opportunity. And $10 is the average across all countries, not necessarily India. How do we get to them? There are two main methods. One, go to hospitals, diagnostic centers where there are already other machines, and also provide this as an additional test. Go to small diagnostic centers where there's a hand examination, even the gynec is doing, and then convert and put this. And secondly, because of the outreach possibility, you can do it outside as well. The technology is really not about this device. This is not mine. And of course, we do have our own. But conversion of thermal to breast screening report, which is the software which has resulted in 33 granted patents around the world. We charge per screening, and this is clinically validated with 45 peer-reviewed publications, international publications. We have regulatory clearances from US, Europe, of course India, and several other Asian and African countries. Excellent testimonials, because nobody sees her when this test is happening. Just 15 minutes of her time. So far, 175,000 women have screened, and we are commercial in 10 countries, starting in 9, but yeah, 10. And all of these hospitals have already started using it. Would love to partner with you all to make this happen around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jury, over to you now.
Hi. What's the cost of this device, Geeta?
So, because we have this mammoth ambition of trying to make a difference in the rural areas as well as the hospitals, we have two products. One, a triage product for the rural areas, and a full-fledged diagnosis kind of product for the hospitals. In a hospital setting, we charge half the price of a mammogram screening, whatever it is. So for now, for example, in HCG, Apollo Clinics, we're charging about 1,500 per person, whereas the triage product is less than 100 rupees per scan.
And you're selling it to hospitals, right? Right now, your GTM strategy is to get to as many hospitals as you can, correct?
Yeah, that's one main strategy. And the second strategy is to partner with outreach providers. Basically, we do corporate scans. We work with TPAs so that we can go to different corporates and then conduct the corporate screening. Also work with NGOs and with CSR funding, go to rural areas where we can do the screening as well. So outreach and hospitals, both are B2B2C.
And what's the percentage of accuracy?
Yes, so I'm happy to share that, it's a 7-year journey so far, and first few years we just sat and made sure that accuracy is as good as it needs to screen me, for example, right? Each one of us. So we do have very high levels of sensitivity, more than 95% sensitivity. To be frank, we have not missed any cancer found by mammogram or ultrasound in any of our studies where we did a head-to-head comparison. But the false positive rate may be there. That is, when I say no, it's a no. When we say yes, it means she needs to go to a hospital for further diagnosis. And that could be about 10% of the cases. It can be false positive.
Thank you. Thank you, Geeta.
Thank
all the
you so
best.
much, sir.
See, I think this is actually a fantastic product that you've created. My questions will be more related to actually the business aspect of it. The company's actually been in existence for over 7 years as of now, but the revenue actually seems to be around 5 CR, and I don't actually see the growth in the YTD for the current financial year. According to you, what are the barriers to scale to actually end up monetizing this particular product, and how do you plan on actually addressing that in the future as well?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the first few years, we were focusing on getting the product risk out, clinical risk out, and regulatory risk out, and COVID came in. We were just about to scale, and then we had to kind of almost restart our, the screening and so on and so forth. And now I'm happy to share that, we decided to actually partner with the dealers and distributors, because by the time you start running out of business development funds, so we have dealers and distributors. Now we have signed an agreement with 83 countries, right, with dealers who are looking at that space. And the next 3 months itself is a huge opportunity. We are working on several, purchase orders in the process. And this month itself, we will do 1/4 of the revenue that we have done in the last 11 months because of the March ending. Having said that, yes, we will be reaching about 1 million plus USD revenue by end of this month. And we are seeing huge opportunity. We have partnerships with device vendor to go international. What we have found, sir, is that it is actually easier to expand internationally than do more and more India. I'm so sorry to say this because everybody wants free in India. So, but I really love our 250 hospitals who are using it in different locations, and also outreach programs. We have done 175,000 women. And so in outside India, such as in about 10 countries in Europe as well, Sweden, Bulgaria, Poland, we're starting in UK, we're starting in Germany, but already 10 countries we're starting, and that is a much easier play, and that's what we're going to go
Is there any revenue forecast that you can actually give us as of now for the coming year, if that's possible?
The coming year, about $4 million just with the software, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, Geeta. Just continuing from that question about opportunities, you mentioned in your vision that the idea is to detect abnormalities, and the first initiative is breast cancer.
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of expansion, where do you see your solution being used beyond this particular area?
Yeah, great question. So initially we started doing experiments. We got funding from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which was for skin-related abnormalities. And then we did a little bit of head and neck and so on. Then as and when we started speaking to the customers, they said, I would love to have a whole body. So now the approach that we have taken is to build a device called Smile 200. It's a whole body scanner. Here I will not claim cancer, no cancer. We'll say abnormality, not abnormal, because it takes a lot of time to prove that it is cancer, benign versus malignant. So I'm happy to share that this product is ready. It's not yet launched in the market, but we have applied to US FDA clearance for getting the whole body scanner. And the first 2 customers in Poland and Sweden are already ready to take this as a.
Hi, Geeta. One quick question, and the product is great, a much needed one. My question is again on the go-to-market strategy, picking up from what Siddharth was asking. I understand you said that it's easier to go abroad, and I just want to know, how do you plan to make Nirami a household name in India? When women can relate to whenever they have to go for a breast cancer screening, they know that they have to get, like you said, the many USPs you mentioned, you're the first ones doing it, a thermal screening and all of that.
Yes.
Then what is the big challenge there, and how do you propose to solve it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So there are 2 parts. One is selling to hospitals and diagnostic centers seems to be more of trust-based and contact-based. And so we realized that, 10 to 12 business development engineers, including myself, we will be starting cold, and we will be doing, this kind of a session and getting. So that will actually take its own time to adoption. Having said that, we have focused on our attention, individual direct selling attention on diagnostic chains and hospital chains. For example, HCG has come on board, Narayana Hrudayalaya has come on board, Apollo has come on board. So that is where we are focusing our direct energy. And for other, individual hospitals and diagnostic centers, we are going with dealers and distributors per state, as well as somebody who has already established that network in India. And the third bit is the government adoption. That is where we get the maximum scale. Right now, we are in 3 states, actually. Punjab has adopted it as a paid screening. Then we have Karnataka. Hopefully they'll pay this year. And then Maharashtra, we do have support. And we are hoping to go into MP, and hopefully we can, get approval from Niti Aayog as well. We are working on that space for that.
Right. Wish you the very best, Geeta.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, jury.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was an impactful pitch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Audience, please do remember to cast your vote. And you have 15 seconds to do so. Well, it's now time for our next finalist, which is a Gen AI designed tech startup that has been accelerating and streamlining multiple processes for fashion, brands, architects, and designers, driving creativity at reduced costs, time, and effort. Please join me in welcoming Tasmic. But let's first have their AV.
Hi, my name is Shafaf. I'm the founder and CEO of Tasmic, a design tech platform set to accelerate and streamline multiple processes in manufacturing and construction industries. A Parker pen, I never use it, but that is something which gives me a lot of confidence during virtual meetings and all. Yeah, something like, when I get older, I will be stronger. They call me freedom, just like a waving flag. I think you can interpret the way you want. Yeah.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Shafaf. Welcome, Shafaf. Remember, 6 minutes for your presentation and 7 minutes for your interaction with the jury. All the best, and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Shafaf. I'm the founder and CEO of Tasmic. What if I told you, by the time you leave this event, you can have your own brand with unique designer product line? At the time of fast fashion, Tasmic is going to be the key enabler. So we started our journey as a design think tank, developing key expertise in different patterns and motifs, and exploring what are the mathematical models, geometry underlying these patterns, and essentially helping designers or brands scale these patterns onto different products, be it rugs, table runners, or any product. So Tasmic is a Gen AI design tech startup, particularly targeting multiple industries, starting from fashion, ceramic ware, rug manufacturing. The list is long. and essentially helping designers as well as architects in their design workflows, driving creativity at reduced time as well as cost. So what you are seeing on the right is our design workflow studio, where you can quickly generate new designs, export it into multiple formats for CNC cutting, 3D printing, etc. So the problem today is in two fronts. One, for the enterprises as well as brands, the existing tools provide limited customization, particularly with respect to designing. And it takes a lot of cost as well as effort. Many times what happens is what you see is not what you get. Right, so mainly because different fabrics or different materials behave in its own unique ways. So that's when we thought, why don't we integrate the chemistry or the dynamics of these materials well ahead in the design phase itself? The second problem statement, again, for designers or creators, there's a fully fledged tool where they can design new products and launch them, taking into consideration the sustainability as well. Introducing Gen AI SaaS platform from Tasmic for rapid innovative designing. So one of the key features is the AI-driven streamlined design workflows for enterprises as well as brands. One other key utility is the sustainability impact analysis tool, wherein the designers or the product managers will be able to compute the carbon footprint or the sustainability impact of producing, say, 100,000 units of a particular product well ahead in the design phase itself. And the tool also features the next best action advisory, wherein it will advise what is the next best possibility you have got in terms of, say, manufacturing, raw material or manufacturing type for that matter, along with the cost impact analysis. We are also working on research suite where it will provide the designers key insights in terms of the target market, design trends, as well as what is going hot in that particular market. Along with that, a production suite, which will streamline the operational workflows, and a marketing suite, which will generate the complete marketing collaterals using generative AI. One key feature is the quick export to multiple formats, which we have already discussed. Now, when we look into the market trends, the current market players doesn't have AI-driven design workflow management. So essentially, it requires some level of cost as well as effort to essentially design using those platforms. And the current market is highly driven by shorter or faster design to production cycles, which is why we are very well suited to grow exponentially in this current market. Now, our USP is the unique machine learning-based algorithm which we have come up with to design new patterns and motifs. Apart from that, we are also working on a vendor management portal wherein the designers can quickly prototype with our partner fabrication labs, maybe in prototyping in less than 8 hours. And when it comes to revenue streams, we are primarily looking for a SaaS revenue stream, also driven by API subscriptions. Now, the journey so far has been very exciting. We started our journey in the month of March in 2023. So it has been almost 1 year. And we have launched our technology platform in January, 2 months back, currently running pilots with multiple manufacturing entities, rug manufacturing players, furniture, upholstery players, etc. We have built key expertise in different schools of thoughts of patterns. And what we are looking for is down the line in June 2024, we'll be launching the complete platform for the creators and designers as well, wherein at a price point of $12, any designer will be able to quickly generate new design. So there's an altogether social impact aspect to this as well. Basically, any MSME or any handicraft entrepreneur for that matter can quickly leverage our tool to generate new product designs that will sell well in the international market. So particularly if they're targeting Spanish market for that matter, they'll be able to quickly design product that will sell well in that market, along with generating the marketing collaterals. So indirectly or indirectly, we'll be elevating the export quality of the products from India. Down the line in February 2025, we plan to be the Canva for any of the design requirements, completely production-friendly. People will be able to quickly generate, export into different formats, and streamline the complete design workflows. About myself, I have 7+ years experience in the industry, leading technology as well as corporate teams in firms like Tata. I am an electrical engineer. I completed my MBA from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade in marketing and finance. Now the question is, do you want to be part of this journey? We are definitely set to revolutionize multiple industries. Thank you.
I spent my day today at a huge Adobe event in town, and they told me at scale they are already doing all of this all over the world and gave several user cases. You have pointed out companies like Autodesk, for whom I think we are one of the largest clients in the world. I'm not able to understand. First of all, when you said $12, we don't know $12 per what. Is it a license for a year or something? Per month, okay. How do you intend to develop scale against people that are already doing this and have deep operating experience, huge research budgets, and are able to do this already for every sector from automotive to space to everything else? How is that going to happen? How are you going to actually make this happen?
See, we talk with a lot of customers across industries. We talk with the upholstery manufacturers, rug manufacturers, furniture manufacturers. So particularly for them, it takes few weeks to come up with a new pattern design. Again, it will go into iterations. If it's a foreign client, they'll send a sample. So the iteration cost is too high in terms of the opportunity cost of the time spent. So this is where the relevance of our platform comes, wherein the new patterns can be quickly designed with the expertise of our pattern expertise.
Are you providing the tool, or are you providing the people that will create the design and give it to them?
We are providing a tool wherein designers or brands can log in.
Would those people come to you and use your tool versus those that are actually there in the market already?
So again,
is it only price, or is it something beyond that?
Again, the time advantage which we'll be providing. It's a very smart platform. You'll be able to generate few designs in few seconds itself. So that is the quickness we are talking about.
Do you see this as a vertical SaaS play
Exactly.
where you're just focusing on fashion as a category?
No, not necessarily. Again, it's a verticalized SaaS offering, but again, we are focusing on architecture. When I'm talking about manufacturing, it will be fashion, rug manufacturing, ceramic, homeware.
But given that you're just hitting the market, Shafaf,
Sorry?
which one vertical would you go after first?
Fashion tech. We are currently in discussion with fashion tech as well as rug manufacturing.
All right. And let's say if I were a fashion entrepreneur and I'm looking to generate 5 designs today, what does your tool do that, let's say, will allow me to do that in a much efficient manner?
So again, it will ask you will be able to log in and enter the key details you want. Say if you want an Indian mandala motif or Indian mandala pattern combined with the Japanese pattern, we'll be able to quickly generate that. Again, you will be able to customize it based on your client requirements. So basically, if your client is, say, Italian, you'll be able to include some Italian elements into the design as well. And it will generate these designs, which you'll be able to quickly export to multiple formats. And again, our platform features the marketing suite, wherein you'll be able to link it with the Shopify and quickly export the marketing collaterals as well. So we are essentially automating a lot of processes between the concept to delivery part.
Definitely, there's a print-on-demand play I see that could happen here. But I think this is a vertical SaaS play first, where you need to crack one good vertical and then explore the others.
Exactly.
But all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the financial side, do you want to quickly address, just one quick question on the financial side, how much money have you put in? What kind of business plan do you have? What will it take for you to do this? How are you accessing and putting the data in? And at this $12 per month, what's going to be your ramp up? Can you give me a little bit of a financial overview?
Okay, that's the point. Yeah, sure. So currently, we are running the technology through the partnerships with Amazon, Google, as well as Microsoft. So we are leveraging the partnership benefits at this stage, where we are able to operate at a very minimal cost. Now, this is where we are looking for the Dell support as well, because we will be able to leverage a lot from the precision workstations that Dell provides. And maybe that will help us scale down the line. And as I mentioned, when I talk about revenue, we are currently at the pilot phase. And the enterprise edition is priced at around $1,600 per year.
Going to the environmental impact and everything as of now, I'm just curious, could you mind just unpacking what that looks like? Because a large amount of the environmental impact is a function of where the particular factory is based, what are the kind of inputs they use, etc. So how does your system end up actually capturing that and giving that sort of environmental impact assessment to your customers?
So currently, the location-based environmental impact concerns are given as insights, say if somebody is particularly sourcing from Bangladesh. So the impact concerns will be pointed out as insights, not necessarily measuring it through any metric, but rather currently what we are measuring is, say, if somebody is going for an organic cotton, what will be the carbon footprint advantage for the volume of material he is manufacturing. So that will be computed along with the manufacturing type, the pigments used, if there are any poisonous pigments used, all those will be taken into consideration.
So are these estimates or are they based on real world inputs? So does the system end up actually creating estimates, or are these actually based on real world inputs? Because what happens in manufacturing, because it's such a varied process,
exactly,
and the inputs also end up actually changing, it's very hard for anyone to end up actually creating an accurate assessment of this unless they have visibility over the entire supply chain. Have you built that, or are these primarily estimates as of now?
So see, there are around 15 metrics which we have identified. Now we haven't been able to quantitatively assess based on real world numbers for all of these metrics. For some of these metrics, it's qualitative concerns which will be pointed out to the particular designer or product manager. But what we are looking for is creating a wholesome metric which will be precise enough to calculate the environmental impact.
Okay, understood. So just in terms of the software, now how much open source how many open source elements you end up actually using, and what is the secret sauce that you at Tasmic have actually created around this?
So we have some down the line, like, when we started the journey, we didn't have DAL-E scaled up as it is right now, right? Or Stable Diffusion scaled up as it is right now. So we had built our own unique customized model, and when these models were also launched, we tried generating such patterns in all of these models, how we will be able to generate a unique offering out of this. But we weren't able to successfully do that with the other platforms. It's completely customized open source model which we have developed.
Sorry, so you have a customized open source model.
Sorry, customized model which we have developed. And of course, there are some open source elements to it.
That's always there. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yuri. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much for your presentation and all the best. Audience, do remember to please cast your votes for all our panelists. While moving forward with our celebration of entrepreneurial excellence, it is now time for us to welcome our startups from the women category. This venture has managed to create an unconventional amalgamation of the deliciousness of healthy food with the beauty and balance of nature, with the intent of a more healthy, prosperous life for a better well-being. Please join me in welcoming Blue Pine Foods. Can we please have their AV?
My name is Aditi Bhutia Madan, and I am the founder director of Blue Pine Foods Private Limited and brand Yankees by Mo Mami. Speaking out, becoming an extrovert, networking and collaborating with everyone, like being vocal about what I am doing, because in entrepreneurship, if you don't speak about yourself or the brand, nobody would be able to know even the story. Mom, Momo.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Aditi Madan and Inderjeet. Good evening. You look lovely, Aditi. Well, remember, both of you have 6 minutes for your presentation and 7 minutes for your introduction with a jury member. And your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Aditi Bhutia Madan, and I'm the founder director of Blue Pine Foods Private Limited and brand Yankees by Mo Mami. I'm a first-generation entrepreneur coming from the Himalayas. I was born and brought up in a family of 14 members. Blue Pine Foods Private Limited is a registered tech startup in 2016. So, the purpose of starting Blue Pine Foods has many reasons. To make it short here, the first primary focus was about reducing agro-produce wastage and decay and converting it into a product. So while my journey of entrepreneurship, I saw that there is a widest range of agro-produce, using the widest range of agro-produce, converting into a product and serving healthy and authentic food. Nothing could fit in the product as momos or dumplings, because it is served as steam food, which is very healthy. Market is majorly dominated by potato-based products where the choice or option is only frying. So here we came with my basic skill and strength, momos as a product, dumpling which had my expertise, and a staple food which had the stigma around the market as it is a junk food or a fast food as well. And to change the way India eats momos was also one of my prime narrative and target. So I'm a first-generation entrepreneur, as I said, and carrying a strong legacy of cross-cultural, diversified family, and also in my entrepreneurial journey with my co-founders as well. We have a diversified, strong co-founder team and members as well from all across geographical locations and regions. We saw that also that there is a problem with the Horeca industry when we started in Jaipur, Rajasthan, that the skill set is a major challenge. So we started as a B2B food processing company, primarily with the momos, as I said, and we started with 3 products as a variant, atta and maida skin, and now we have more than 40 plus variants, and we have about 8 products which are trademarked, and a patent as well which has been published. We started our own Yankees by Momami in 2018 as a first QSR to directly interact with the customers and to know the experience as well. We started the outlet from Malviya Nagar, Delhi, and now we have more than 6 QSRs in Delhi NCR, which is self-run. The market is majorly dominated by unorganized sector, which is 97%, and we are only 3% which is organized in this food processing sector. And the market for momos only is about 20,000 crore. So we are, this is our go-to market strategy with institutional services and our kiosks, self-run kiosks, and also B2B as well. Our strength has been majorly innovation because, as I said, we have about 6 products which are innovated and trademarked as well. We have few products like hemp momos, bauza, piro, Thai dumplings and all, which is one of our strengths. And also we are the first players who does frozen dim sums as well. Our products has more than 9 months of shelf life, and it is without preservatives. So here I would like to introduce you to my tech partner, who is Inderjit Singh Makkar from Factacy AI, and I would like him to carry on forward.
Hi, am I audible? Yes. So every vision needs tech support to grow. And this is where we as Factacy help Aditi in her vision. Our main aim is to provide AI as a service to her. And while everybody sees momos on their plate, they fail to understand there's a lot of tech behind it. So I'm just going to go behind talking about what we are doing, which is an enabler for her to scale beyond the Indian and the global markets as well. So we have a lot of data that is coming through each of the POS machines, outlets. Every single data item is then captured and stored in a central cloud environment, which is then given to her as insights where she can plan her daily operations plus the expansion plan as well in the form of Tableau and Power BI reports. Then we also have IoT-based computer vision models running on each of our centers, which are looking at the quality of the data. So this is a lot of YOLO 4s and YOLO V8 working behind the scene to look at all the tech, all the quality-related aspects, whether the chef has been preparing things properly or not. So that's another growth impediment where the head chef prepares everything perfectly fine, but the franchisee is not able to scale that up or bring in the same kind of quality. So that's where the computer vision model come in handy. We also filed a patent for that. I'll show you in the next slide as well. Just long story short, every single element in her operations, daily operations, be it quality control, be it monitoring, be it enhanced efficiencies, and even customer satisfaction is tech-driven for Blue Pine Foods. So this is the patent that we filed. We have 3 computer vision cameras focusing on the food that is being packaged, and then the right quality and the quantity is being measured. You will not get to see a ton momo or a lesser than the ordered quantity momo coming through this kind of a mechanism. And this is only in one of the stores right now. This is where we need help in terms of scaling this to more outlets. And while we are at Dell sponsored event, this is how Dell can sponsor us. We want power stations, precision workstations, which can help run our computer vision models. And then we also need data platform, which is going to help us with the unstructured data. And then, of course, all the outlets will get their own POS machines and all the laptops. So this is our wish list for Dell. Back to you. We just have one.
Yes. Jury, over to you now.
Thank you.
There are 2 entrepreneurship challenges in one one package here, right? One is the Momo challenge, and the other is a technology that can power any food. So I think we need to just understand, just to be clear, what you're doing technologically can be done for any food, right? And that's one question. The second question to the lady is that, is there going to be an advantage to what you are doing as compared to the fact that we can get something delivered in 5 or 10 minutes, to actually go, as we've always done, to the Guardi on the corner and do that? And I'm not getting into the number right now, which was staggering at 20,000 crores. But on these two answers, the technology applicable everywhere, and Momos, in fact, how are you going to make this happen? How will it be really good? Because once you freeze it and stuff like that, right, it's never going to come out with the coating being as nice as it is when you do it on the spot.
You want me to take questions?
Yes, yes.
So what we are building for Blue Pine Foods is specific to Blue Pine Foods. The Momo, the way the weavings are happening, they are fed into a specific model. And that's how it recognizes. So it will not work on any other model. It has to be very specific. Of course, if you need to train it on another model, another food item, you can do that as well in the next model as well. Second part comes in the cuisines as well. So they are very specific proprietary way of preparing a food. And you can have the cameras and the models of today decide what goes in and at what temperature and how much longer it can stay there. So that cuisine part is also very specific. It's a chef special, which can then be given out to each of the franchisees. And that is where the USP comes in. The same taste that you're getting in Gurgaon, you'll get it in Bangalore. Over to you for the business question.
Yeah. So we, primarily as a promoter and founder, I focus only on speaking about handcrafted artisanal momos. We have fully automated machine-made momos also, but handcrafted, why? Because that generates employment opportunity for the underprivileged. So that's where, and also the crafting that happens has a specific shape, design for each product. So 40 variants we have, 40 types of shapes we have, and the grammage is also specific. It's standardized. All the SOPs and processes are already there, and we have a history of about 7 years data as well, with the operations part and the front end and the QSR, the direct customer dealing part as well. So bringing in everything, we are ready to scale up to national level. We, as a brand, we have been able to reach Momo Mami to houses, but now we need your support to, with the technology, to reach the momos as a product to each and every home.
I want to know two questions. First question is, we have a Wow Momo that's pan-India, and how do you differentiate from them? How do you compete with them? And my second question is, you mentioned that you have handcrafted and automated momos. Can you talk about the production capacities of both?
Yes. So,
which one's better from Siddharth? Yeah.
Yes. So we focus on handcrafted, as I said, and our automation facility at the moment, we have around 10,000 pieces per day capacity for handcrafted. And if I do automated machine made only, it has around 25,000 pieces per day. And we are increasing the facility as well. Whereas for the competitor advantage, we feel that competition is there. It's a very good sign. They are creating more roads for us to be entered, because we are still like a bootstrap company only. And with the authenticity that I bring in from the Himalayas as a staple food, that is one of the major differentiating factor that I bring in. And with the innovation that has happened, like about 8 products are trademarked and patent, and also technology that we are bringing in and leveraging with technology is another factor that I consider it as that sets us apart. Innovating at the same time as an entrepreneur promoter myself, and also my venture at the same time evolving my venture also has helped us come so far and set us apart from all the competitors that are there in the market. So it's a very good advantage for us, where we can differentiate and tell them that what is authentic momos all about, how authentic momos are prepared actually. And we have different skin variants also, besides maida and atta, gluten-free, millet, and many more others. So immunity diabetic atta is also one which is tested. So there are many variants, ma'am. So we can take more questions of the time as well and continue to serve.
Sadly, she doesn't have examples, and she cannot present to you today.
That's been a very interesting snack for everyone. No, but just coming to the financials as of now, would you mind just walking us through what the margin profile of your entire offering looks like, as well as the kind of revenue traction you've actually seen so far?
Yes, so from the first year, we started with an initial investment of 5 lakh rupees, and we had around 150 square feet. Now we are building it up to now 20,000 square feet, and we started with an initial year of 9 lakh rupees. Now we have an ARR of about 5 CR, and we have a gross profit margin of about 55%. And the margin is also huge in terms of the premium customized products, because Momo as a product is only not just one. As I said, that the differentiating factor is the wide range of variation. Like we have a product which is starts from 5 rupees to 90 rupees. So we have premium dim sums also.
From a scalability perspective, it's obvious that the machine-made momos will end up actually scaling up a lot more than the handmade momos. But the 55% gross margin you mentioned as of now, wouldn't that actually differ between the handmade momos and the machine-made momos as well? Where do you plan on concentrating your future efforts as you end up scaling as well?
Yes. With the technology, sir, that's where we want to bring in combined technology and handcrafted also, where there is example, there are conveyor belts running, and there is some kind of crafting. At the end product is crafted by hands with love and care. So that's where we want to focus upon, because with that, we can only reach to any human through emotions and food. Food and music is one major part where we can reach heart and win the soul also, right? So serving the right momo, healthy momo, nutrient-rich momo, or anything which is into food processing, that is Blue Pine Foods all about actually, is my prime motto. And yes.
When I was going through the presentations before coming here, when I saw Blue Pine Foods, I couldn't remember what it was. When I saw Yankees, I couldn't remember. As soon as I saw Momo Mami, I remembered. You were one of the first pitchers on Shark Tank. I clearly remember that. Why have you not considered just sticking to Momo Mami as your brand name? Because that's stuck on to everybody. I told my wife, Momo Mami is going to be there. And she remembered. So have you ever considered just sticking to Momo Mami as your brand name and not going to, let's say, other brand names and dissolving your brand?
Yes, thank you for your question, sir. Very definitely. We have already filed the trademark, and we have got a first trademark also released. And Momo Mami eventually will be the brand name, and every household name that every woman or every customer would relate to as a convenient food service provider as well, with authenticity and everything. And Blue Pine Foods, being a private limited parent company, Momo Mami will always remain as a brand and the front-end channel. Yes, sir. We'll be definitely navigating towards that.
Super.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, jury, and thank you so much, Aditi and Indrajit, for your presentation. Well, audience, please do remember to cast your vote. Moving on, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a company that envisions to provide high-tech products in the field of insect pest management to the farmers, which are affordable, reliable and eco-friendly to farmers, coupled with green sustainable solar energy in order to improve the profitability of the farming business. Please welcome with a thunderous round of applause our next finalist, Aigenics International. Can we please have their AV?
Sheikh, I am founder and CEO at Aigenics International Private Limited. Two idiots. Because my background is microbiology and our co-founder says computer science and industrial electronics engineering. But we both are working in agriculture sector. It could be chewing gum. Lage raho munna bhai.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shahnaz Sheikh. A huge round of applause for her, please. All the best, Shahnaz. Remember, 6 minutes for your presentation and 7 minutes for your Q&A with the jury. And your time starts now.
Ever wondered if the food on your plate is pesticide-free paradise or toxic minefield? So this is Shahnaz. I am founder and CEO at Aigenics International Private Limited, and we are based in Mumbai. We invent technologies for crop protection and sustainable farming. Our vision is to provide high-tech products in the field of pest management to the farmers, which are affordable, reliable, eco-friendly to a human being, coupled with green sustainable solar energy to improve the profitability of the farming business. Actual work what we have started in the year 2001. Between 2001 to 2013. We have done with R&D, prototyping, and trials in different regions in India. After successful prototyping and trials, we have launched first generation insect communication technology in the year 2014 through lean setup named Microbees Network India. And between 2014 to 2019, we have sold 4,500 plus devices across 8 countries. That includes India, USA, Africa, Middle East country, Malaysia, Oman, etc. After getting successful feedbacks from crop scientists, farmers across globe, we thought now we should commercialize this product, and we have established this Aigenics International Private Limited in the year 2019, and now we are working with corporate customers, FPOs, and farmers across globe. Meantime, we have launched second generation insect communication technology named BraveHawk. This is AI enabled. So our vision I have already done. So I would like to share one of the customer story who is using our devices from last 5 years, Mr. Sachin. Professionally, he is a textile engineer. Now he's completely switched into organic farming, and he's growing pomegranate, turmeric, some vegetables in his farm. Already, previously he was spending approximately 12,000 rupees for pesticides. Now with our devices, his expenses dropped down to 860 rupees per acre per month, and his yield increased by 40%, and labor cost dropped down to 0. So problem with pesticide is that there is toxic effects on humans. Each year, 2 lakh people die from chemical pesticides and its toxicity. Apart from this, in farming challenges, majority of insect pests have developed resistance against pesticides. Day by day, the cost of pesticide is increasing. During pest outbreaks, farmers lose almost 100% crop due to insect pest infestation. Apart from this, day by day, the cost of pesticide is increasing. Entire world is facing sustainability challenges like climate change, food security issues. Apart from these, across the world, the governments are putting ban on toxic pesticides. So we have addressed the issues related with insect pest management successfully by developing next generation AI-enabled insect communication-based devices, and these devices are able to protect all kinds of crops that includes horticulture, vegetable, plantation crops like tea, coffee, then millets, grains, spices, floriculture, etc., including open as well as in protected farms. We have developed Smart Driver. This is the first generation insect communication system. Then BraveHawk, this is AI-enabled second generation insect communication system. And eBionic, this is a very unique technology to, this is a unique technology, and it, designed to kill specific kind of targeted insect. Those are not controlled by any conventional methods like chemical pesticides, organic pesticides, etc. This is very unique technology that we have developed. So I just would like to show you the device, how it works. This is farmer testimonials. I think there is the issue with audio. I don't want to take much more time. I will move ahead with next slide. So our unique selling proposition is, this is a very comprehensive universal solution for managing 2,000 plus nocturnal insects. It attracts and eliminates over 2,000 herbivorous and omnivorous insects. At the same time, it repels beneficial insects. Those are very useful for pollination. This is fully automatic wind power, solar wind power mode device, and there is no human intervention required on day-to-day basis. It ensures 99.99% safe for beneficial insects. It yield increase by at least 30 to 40%. Farmers can achieve above 95 to 97% pest control, and consumers get a healthy residue-free food. There is a huge global market potential for our products. It's $32 billion US, and addressable market size is $65 million US. Our business model is, our target customers are seed producing companies, then plantation companies like tea coffee, then cash crop growers like horticulture, vegetables, and floricultures. We are generating revenue by selling our physical insect pest management to the corporate customers. Cost structure is, we are spending 30% on COGS, 3% on R&D, then 3% on marketing, 2% on admin, 2% on capex, and 4% on salaries, and 20% on distribution, and our profit margin is 35%.
Shehnaz, that's
we have
all the time we have for
applied
you.
for one patent, and the status of patent is published. So our indirect competitors are UPL, Bayer, manufacturers, pesticide manufacturers, apart from the solar light trap manufacturers and pheromone lures.
You'll have to
compared
wrap
all
up.
these-
Sorry. Sorry, that's all the time we have for you. I'm so sorry. Well, jury, over to you now for the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Could you elaborate upon the role that AI plays in your offering as of now?
Yeah, in this device, it releases multiple kinds of signals. That includes acoustic signals, tactile signals, some vibration signals, to attract and aggregate only herbivorous and omnivorous insects. Those are very harmful to the crops. Simultaneously, it creates a threat signals to repel beneficial insects. That includes honeybees, predators, parasites, etc. So it ultimately it safeguards beneficial insects. This is the core technology, and we are using voice recognition NLP system as a AI, and it alters the behavior of insects.
So for the voice signal generation and the NLP that you have, does your system, let's say for example a honeybee comes in, does the system automatically detect that, turn off, switch off everything?
Yeah.
But when there are various pests like the light show that you just showed us in terms of all the insects actually getting disintegrated, how would the system end up actually deciding when to turn on and turn off to ensure that only the bad insects are the ones that are eliminated and the good insects are saved?
We have data set of 8 to 10 each species of insects. So we have figured that we are using we are using a single computer board in that device.
Would a single computer board like Raspberry Pi be powerful enough to run the kind of AI applications you're speaking about?
It's Raspberry and others. I don't want to disclose this information, and I am not right person because I am handling business development activities, sales and marketing, and etc. Our co-founder is a technical person, and he is handling R&D and manufacturing.
Okay, understood. Then in terms of revenue, you started this business in 2014, but when I look at the revenue scale, I think you sold about 90 devices overall, 75 of the first one and 15 of the other. What is the total revenue you've earned in the company over these last 10 years as of now?
Actual business what we have started, I have already mentioned, we have incorporated this Aigenics International in the year 2019. But due to COVID issue, we couldn't able to do nothing between 19 to 21. And now from 2021, we have started to generate revenue working with corporate customers, and we are able to generate revenue 50 lakhs so far.
And what is the cost of the two products that you have, Smart Ravager and Brave Hawk?
Yeah.
How much do they cost?
Yeah, we have developed multiple models like first generation, second generation, and third generation. E-Bionic. So total we have sold around 100 devices, and the cost starts from 30,000, and it goes up to 3.5 lakh. So low cost version is useful for using small and marginal farmers, what we have designed, and high cost version is designed for specially corporate customers like UPL, Advanta, Simply Freight, that kind of corporate customers, they are using these kind of devices.
So what is the geographic presence currently?
Currently we are working on pan-India basis, and also we are exporting in international market like Africa, UK, then Middle East country. Already we have signed MOUs with distributors. in pan-India basis and in international market.
No, what I meant was you've sold 75 units of one and the 15 units of the other. So in terms of like your target audience are the farmers, corporations, and one farmer needs one unit, right? So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand what you said you're present pan-India. So how come the numbers are so low in terms of the units sold?
You can consider it 60 for in India and remains in international.
Okay, what is the coverage per device? How many acres can one particular device of yours end up actually covering?
One device covers 1 acre to 1 hectare area, and life of product is 3 to 7 years. We have, as I have already mentioned, we have multiple kinds of models. So the life of product is 3 to 7 years, and there is no maintenance required till lifespan. And after deploying this device, there is no need to spray any chemicals in any crop, and farmers can achieve above 97% pest control.
Does this handle bugs like weevils, etc., which may not fly, for that matter? Because even from the pictures and the video you've shown us so far, there seems to be, most of these devices seem to be actually put at a certain height. Whereas for a variety of crops, especially potatoes, etc., there are weevils and other bugs that end up actually walking on the ground and end up actually causing a large amount of havoc. So how does the system address
That's
those?
the beauty of this device, because every, what do you say, the signals what release from the device, they attract to the harmful and repel beneficial, 5 feet away from the device.
I understand that, but my question is, how would the weevil that's walking on the floor climb up a 1.5 foot or 2 foot device and actually extinguish itself on the device?
Yeah, this, we have to talk on this with my CTO.
Okay.
One quick question. You said there's no maintenance required and the lifespan is 3 to 7 years. So your revenue stream is only from the sale of physical products?
Currently what happened, there are many corporate companies in the market, and they are, since the product is very unique and innovative, so they are taking trials first, and gestation period is around 1 season or 2 seasons. So the trial almost has been done in UPL, then Opacity Research Association, and other companies as well. So after this trial, they putting bulk orders. That's how we are working. That's the reason the quantity is very low.
Thank you so much, Shahnaz.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, jury. A huge round of applause for her.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great evening.
You can take this back with you and give it to the next person. No, just take it. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to welcome our next startup venture that was created with the intent of utilizing terahertz technology to deliver light across the world. The company's goal is to develop terahertz devices indigenously for a variety of uses, even cancer margin detection. Please welcome Teralum Solutions.
Solutions, India's first terahertz company. Wanted to be a terahertz company which is grabbing the entire world, global market. Lord Jagannath photo, yoga.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our next finalist, this is a quick reminder for all of you to cast your vote for Shahnaz. Well, now, let's welcome on stage Jyotirmay Dash. A huge round of applause for her. Remember, yes, you have 6 minutes for your presentation. You'll see the times up on the screen, and 7 minutes for your interaction with the jury. All the best, and your time starts now.
Thank you. A very good evening to one and all. Myself, Dr. Jyoti, founder of Teralum Solutions. As the name suggests, we would like to bring light using terahertz technology. So our motto is to transform the way world diagnose cancer margin using AI-enabled terahertz technology. So coming to about us, we are the first terahertz company across the country. We started in 2019. We have been awarded last 4 years few good challenges. One is winner of Mentera Impact Challenge. We are also top 3 startups in Pfizer Innovation Grant. Our motto was to commercialize terahertz technology for biomedical applications, that is cancer margin detection. And we build the devices in the company. It is AI-enabled and user-friendly GUI we have. So coming to the team, about myself, I am the founder and CEO of the company. I have completed PhD on the same terahertz technology from CSIR series Chennai. I have been mentored by Dr. Bala and Dr. Syam. Dr. Bala was a principal scientist at CSIR, and Dr. Syam was having 36 years of experience from GE. I have also clinically mentored by Dr. Vijay and Dr. Anurag Mehta from RGCI. I have 6 core team members who are building the product. Coming to the problem statement which I am working on, as all of you know, cancer cases are going significantly high over last decade. Breast cancer is the most common cancer among women, and oral cancer is most common cancer among men. Why I am talking about this? So both these cancers, cancer surgery is the important modality. So when doctors do the cancer surgery, 30% of cancer surgeries fail due to inaccurate margin detection. I'll explain you what is cancer margin detection, which is nothing less than 90,000 repeat surgeries in a year in a country like India. What is cancer margin detection? So when doctors will do the cancer surgery, if you will see the middle part, that's the cancerous tissue, they will remove some extra amount of healthy tissue surrounding to the cancer tissue. That is called negative margin or successful surgery. Sometimes the cancer tissue may remain at the edges, which they cannot visually see it. So the current procedure is histopathology assessment or frozen section analysis, which is very much time consuming. It will take more than days together. We need an expert pathologist in place, and we need a pathology lab. So the process is much more complicated. Once surgeons will remove the tissue, it will go to the pathology lab. After 45 minutes, the pathologist will come back and inform the surgeon that, yes, margin is clear or not. However, in the smallest hospitals, they cannot afford that. So it will take 3 to 4 days together to understand that, yes, cancer surgery is clear or not. So here we play an important role. We have built a device here which can be placed inside the operation theater. You do not need to have a pathology lab or an expert pathologist. So this device is completely non-invasive. We do not need to add any reagents there. The fresh tissue can directly be imaged. The steps are very simple. It can be placed inside the operation theater. So once the sample is excised, it can be visualized in my device, and it can tell you in real time, within 10 minutes, whether surgery is successful or not. So our USP is much quicker decision within 10 minutes instead of going days together. It will help both the surgeons to take the decision immediately, as well as to the patients who will be lying under anesthesia. And it will reduce the number of failure in surgery because they can take the decision inside the operation theater. We do not need to wait for a pathologist or a pathology lab. So the decision is completely accurate surgery in millimeter precision, less risk, more recovery, completely non-invasive. Coming to the technology part, it lies between microwave and gamma ray. I mean to say the energy is very low. Compared to X-ray, it is very safe for human body. You will get an image, it's an imaging device. Where there is a tumor part, it will have higher intensity, which I have shown in the image, and compared to the healthy part. So we have done more than 130 samples by now, and we have compared our results with the gold standard technique, and we are getting more than 90% accuracy with these test results. So our progress roadmap, we have started 2019. We have completed the product development in-house. This is a fast terahertz product and fast intraoperative product also. And we are in the clinical trial, which will be finished next 6 months. By 2024, end of the year, we would like to launch the product and then go for FDA approval. So there are 2 products. One product is already in clinical trial now. We are also parallel developing an in situ device that will do cancer surgery analysis in the operation theater. So that is our parallel development, which is ongoing now. So if we compare our technology to existing, as I said, it's much more quicker, higher accuracy, and there is complete non-invasive. We do not have any per surgery cost. So the market is significantly high. As all of you know, breast cancer is growing rapidly. Oral cancer, similar way, it is growing rapidly. Market size is significantly high. Coming to a country like India, we have 6,000 multi-specialty clinics, 400 cancer hospitals, and 1.3 lakhs oncosurgeons. So this is the market size which we are targeting now. Our business model is for the larger hospitals. It is directly we can sell the device and there is no per surgery cost. For the smaller hospitals who cannot afford the device, there we have a recurring model where we can install the device and we can charge this per surgery basis. So we have the potential customers to whom we are already discussing with, potential collaborations, Nirami Health Center in Bangalore, where already the clinical trial is ongoing. We have also RGCI and HCG Ahmedabad. There are few other hospitals which we are targeting on. Also, I have few other research institutes that are my customers because there is only one terahertz company across India. So we have already raised 396K till now, both dilutive and non-dilutive grants. We are also raising now $600,000, which is mainly for the finalization of the complete device development as well as for the go-to-market. These are few accomplishments through grants and investors. We have been received by BIG grant, Pfizer Innovation grant, and now my investors are there. Mentera, Niti Triple Seed Fund. These are the few grants and investors. I am done. Thank you.
Hi, Jyoti. Congratulations on everything you've achieved. So it's a $42,000 product, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have sold about 5 to 6 units so far?
So no, I have not sold. My products now is under clinical trial now. I have completed 130 tissue samples clinical trial.
Okay, so in one of the slides it says that 1.35 crore order received and 2 crore in pipeline.
Definitely. So that is not for the cancer applications. As I said, this is a terahertz device. I have another industrial NDT applications. So I have few revenue from the industrial side.
All right. And what is Dr. Devi Sethi's hospital, Narayana Rudalaya, right?
Yes.
They are using one of your machines?
So yes, our clinical trial is going on at Narayana Hospital. So we test the device on fresh tissue samples. So on actual tissue samples when they are excising, we are testing in our device and then we are comparing with histopathology analysis. That's the gold standard.
And if they're successful, have they promised anything about deploying it into a certain number of hospitals of theirs?
Yes. So 130 samples, with this we are getting more than 90% accuracy. We are trying to finish by 250 samples testing. After that, yes, we would like to install one device there.
When do you think you'll hit the market?
So this year end, we would like to launch the product.
Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is the role that AI is going to play in your entire business as of now?
Sorry?
What is the role that artificial intelligence is going to play in your business?
Sure. So basically the technology plays an important role. So it gives the contrast between tumor and normal tissue significantly. However, AI will predict if any new sample is giving, the accuracy level will be improved by the AI model. So we are building the AI model on the terahertz measurement data. Yes.
Understood. And in terms of your the medical clearance and everything as of now, given the fact that you would be a medical device, how long do you believe that the medical clearance will end up actually taking you on average?
Sure. So for India, we would be requiring ISO 13485 and the manufacturing license. So both we have started. ISO 13485, we are half the way. Another 3 to 4 months we'll be completing the regulatory for India. Once we'll complete ISO, then we'll plan for FDA and CE. That will take a year after that.
The FDA clearance will take a year according to you, by your estimates?
Yes.
Okay, understood.
Thank you. I still need a little bit more clarity on the AI piece. I understood the part where you said it differentiates between a tumor and a cancer. The second part, could you elaborate? What does AI really do?
Exactly. Very nice. So the terahertz data which we are receiving from the tissue sample, so that varies between tumor and non-tumor. But in the breast cancer, we have another tissue that's called fibrous tissue. So now between the fibrous and the cancer tissue, let's say, the contrast is not very great. It is very slight contrast is there. So we are building on the model which can differentiate between cancer, between fibrous and normal tissue. So enhancing the contrast between cancer and the non-cancer areas, benign tissues, AI will help in that case.
And this would be ML also continuous, or will it just be one time?
It is continuous. So we have now trained the model with 130 samples, and now we are the next of the samples, we will be testing the sample data.
Also, I wanted more clarity on the revenue model. While, of course, you're selling the product, the one slide mentions that you also have a rental model. If you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, sure. So as I said, few of the bigger hospitals, they can afford frozen section analysis, but they do not have, the smaller hospitals, they cannot afford frozen section analysis as of now. So what they have histopathology assessment, which will take 3 to 4 days of time. And as I said, my product cost is little expensive, what you have seen. They cannot buy it immediately. So we are targeting to install these devices in the smaller hospitals, and we can charge them 5,000 rupees per surgery. So in that case, having within 1 to 1.5 years, we'll get our turnover period, and the hospitals also can afford this device. Yes.
Why is the cost so high?
Very nice question. It is because the technology which I am working on, very few manufacturers across the world who is developing the source, detector, and the laser. And now also, though we have made it indigenized, we have done the electronics in-house, but I'm importing the source and detector from Germany and US, where the cost is very high. So down the line, over the next 2 years, we would like to package the source and detector where the cost will significantly reduce down. But as of now, the BOM is very high.
Will you get a duty exemption for the source and detector import?
No. That's where the cost lies so high.
You mentioned that you're India's first terahertz company. What does the global competitive landscape look like as of now?
Yeah, so there are few global companies working on the same technology over last decade. Compared to them, because we have built the electronics here, now the cost has been reduced more than 40% compared to the global companies. So though we are getting the similar performance as of the global companies, our performance of the product is exactly similar or more than that. However, the cost has been still reduced to 40% of the global price. And this is the only 1 terahertz company who is working for this cancer margin detection across the world. Yes, they are working on the industrial space, as I said, the non-destructive testing. But for cancer margin detection, this is the only company who is working on.
Will you think of applying for a duty exemption because of the category and the target market?
I will.
Will you get a duty exemption for the source and detector import? They should be able to give it for a cancer product, right?
Sure, but I need to know the process. How is it? If it is there, I will definitely go ahead with this. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and thank you, jury. And I would request audience to please cast your vote for this presentation. Well, we now have on stage a startup that is focused on developing low-cost drone solutions to optimize industries through accurate data. With a mission to impact 1 billion lives positively, this company has become a beacon of excellence in the drone technology sector. And well, let's look at their AV.
I'm Nishu Jayaprakash. I'm the founder and CEO of Garuda Aerospace, India's most valuable drone startup. I picked up the flute during the pandemic. It really helped in my wife falling in love with me, and she also happened to become a co-founder at Garuda Aerospace. I have 2 of them. One is a statue of Shri Narendra Modi ji holding a drone, and the other is an autographed bat by Mahendra Singh Dhoni, who is an investor as well as a brand ambassador. So I can't pick between the 2.
Dell Technologies presents Entrepreneur Challenge, powered by CNBC-TV18.
A huge round of applause for Garuda Aerospace, and please join me welcoming on stage Agnishwar and Ritika Mohan from Garuda Aerospace. Remember, you have 6 minutes for your presentation. Please keep it within 6 minutes and an interaction of 7 minutes with the jury. All the best. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. Founded in 2016, Garuda is India's most valuable drone startup. Our vision and mission has been to serve our country using affordable drone technology. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Hind. 25% of all drones in the country are Garuda drones. We follow an asset-right, recession-proof and unit economic-focused business model. And we are the first ever drone startup to have PM Modi launch 100 drones in 100 different villages across the country.
As a startup which walks the talk when it comes to women empowerment, we have my wife and as well as the Chief Information Officer of Garuda Aerospace, who was also the first ever women drone pilot. I myself am a former Asian gold medalist in the sport of swimming. Doesn't look like that now, packed on a few pounds. But I'm also an alumni of the Harvard Business School, a mechanical engineer, and we have a very stellar team of very senior executives who have tremendous amount of experience in the world. But we also follow the significant principle of gender inclusivity in usually male-dominant sector, which is aerospace. 40% of our workforce are women, and we ensure that all of them are trained under RPTO drone certification as well.
We design and manufacture 30 different types of drones. We are also the very first companies to receive dual DDCI certifications for both manufacturing as well as training. And we've got our contract manufacturing facilities with HAL and BEML.
Common misconception of drones is that you see Three Idiots movies, it's only used in movies, events, sports and such, or in the defense sector. But what Garuda has done is we have fit our drones with probe sensors, magnetometers, high-powered lasers, sprayers, cameras to ensure that we are able to provide our drone, our customers with an option of increasing efficiency and reducing expenses. That is the reason why we have served over 350 clients over the last 4.5 years since our inception. But today, due to the interest of time, we are going to be discussing the top product of Garuda Aerospace, which is the precision agricultural drone. The problem that we are trying to solve is 25,000 crores every single year is being utilized by farmers to spray fertilizers and pesticides in rural India. And usually how they do it is using knapsack sprayers. This is a very heavy backpack, 50 kilo weight, you sway wildly from left to right. There is no element of precision in rural India at all. And enter agricultural drone designed by Garuda Aerospace. It has a design product as well as a process patent because we use a lot of artificial intelligence, crop diagnostics and machine learning platforms to make the drones 80% autonomous in nature. We also have technology that is embedded onto the drones because usually drones, many people think it's only hardware. It is not. It's hardware, software, firmware, as well as the data analysis that goes in. So we are able to capture a lot of information about the crop, in terms of yield, in terms of what type of crops they're growing, what fertilizers they're using, what pesticides they're using, the dilution ratio, and all of those important inputs helps Garuda Aerospace drones to not just provide, base spraying of fertilizers and pesticides, but it also helps across the value chain to do land survey, disease identification, field preparation, crop production, and such. And this is a short video of our product and it being launched by the big man, the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi himself. He flew 100 of our drones in 100 locations. So what is our business model? Who uses these drones? Drones are being utilized as a service by farmers because a lot of our farmers, 90% of Indian farmers have small landholding patterns, 1 to 1.5 acres. So they will never be able to afford drones as a product. And what we did not want to do is to manufacture drones and be a taxi service. What we wanted to do was to be a Tesla and an Uber of drones. So what we do is we aggregate demand from the farmers, from a large number of farming associations and such. But at the same time, what we intend to do is sell our drones to rural entrepreneurs, custom hiring centers, FPO, FPCs, large farming associations, and then subcontract these service contract to us. We sell the drones at a 33% margin, and we also have a 12% margin on every service that we provide. We've also been powered by a lot of progressive government initiatives, the PLI schemes, loans and subsidies, and liberalized drone rules that has helped a lot of our initiatives, which is why drones are getting adopted significantly throughout the country.
Honorable Prime Minister distributed 1,000 drones, agri drones, to 1,000 women rural entrepreneurs from various women self-help groups. In that, 500 of those drones were distributed by Garuda Aerospace.
And if you take a look at our financial snapshot, we have scaled from $2 million revenue in 2022, which is roughly 15 crores, to 47 crores last year, and we are at about 120 crores. We've been profitable for the last 3 years, and we've also raised significant amount of funding, which has helped us. In terms of our financial traction, we follow an asset-light model. We never enter into heavy manufacturing, and we have diversified revenues. We've been able to show only agricultural revenues today. But why Garuda deserves to win is because of this woman right here. We follow the talk. We empower women with drone technology. We enable them to break the gender stereotype to impact 1 billion people in rural India. And that is the reason why we feel we deserve to win this award today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Over to you now, jury.
Love the product. Of course, you have it all. The GTM strategy is brilliant. You've got the who's who talking about Garuda. You've got Dhoni. So I'm curious to know what's next because you've pretty much done everything. Everybody knows what Garuda Aerospace is. First, the kind of efficiency you were talking about, is there a percentage, the kind of efficiency, if we just talk about agri drones, what kind of efficiency you brought in? And again, what's the next for your GTM strategy?
Yes, ma'am. We have ensured 26% of food crop productivity increase has been recorded by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and this has been a driving factor for a lot of people in the government sector to look at it positively. And what is next? I would like the man next to you to actually invest into us because we are going, we in fact are going IPO soon. That is the goal because in the drone sector, 100 crore revenue is very hard to achieve. We, in fact, hit our 100 crore mark very recently. We achieved 100 crores in 100 days because of the, because of a user-friendly. We've always been a customer and a consumer-funded growth strategy. We never had the hundreds and 200 millions of dollars funding because we never needed it. But I think now, for the credibility to partner with companies like Dell, we would need to be a public limited company so that it ensures that we are more disciplined in our corporate governance. We are ensuring that we stick to our targets. And I think that is what we intend to do in the future, to answer your question.
So that let's put Siddharth on the spot here. Siddharth, they want you to invest.
My rationale is very simple. I actually run an early stage venture capital fund. So pre-IPO is kind of out of syllabus for us when it comes to it. But when you guys end up launching your IPO, very happy to end up actually looking at a subscription during that thing in a personal capacity on that. Huh? But can I see what you guys have actually built? Yes. What you guys have actually built out? Oh, sorry, you have a question? Go ahead.
The projections that you have, are they for this one product or are they for the whole suite of products? Because you actually presented today saying that you want to focus on the one product that is going to talk about the application that you presented.
Yes, sir.
So can you reconcile the financials to that statement?
Absolutely, sir. 70 to 75% of our revenue will be from agricultural drones because we've had clients, large fertilizer companies, PSUs, women self-help groups, rural entrepreneurs, and we also have 400 dealers and distributors throughout the country because when you take a look at EVs in India, you always need to focus on the after-sales support services. It is very easy to provide a product, but what happens when it breaks down? Where are the spares? What is the supply chain in terms of how soon you're able to recover? So that is what we are focused on right now. The rest of the 25% comes from 5 different streams of revenue for us. Training is one because India has a very large youth population. 52% of our country is under the age of 30, and emerging technologies or deep tech technologies like drones is a huge focus of imagination and fascination for youngsters today to get skilled and employed. We also are eyeing in the defense space because you've seen companies like IdeaForge and as well in the mapping space like Aereo, RM Unmanned Systems, and a lot of other companies who have done significantly well. But at the same time, we don't want to move away from what we've done really well. We want to focus on what has gotten us to 100 crores in 100 days, and we want to make it a lot better because in the next 2 years, the government has sanctioned 1,267 crores of a cabinet approval for the purchase of 15,000 of these agricultural drones for women self-help groups. So if we stay focused, Garuda already has 55% market share in that particular category, which is agriculture. I think we can hit the targets of about 300 to 320 crores that we have forecasted for next year.
Thanks got the Dell pitch at least. But just to understand from a product point of view, from whatever you're doing, you'll obviously have a lot of drones in the market or around us. I got what you're doing in terms of, the impact on the farmer as such, but in terms of your own product being sustainable.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Where are you today? Where do you want to be? Because we're just looking at how do you make the entire recyclability there, or in terms of reuse. So what's your thoughts, or where are you on that, and how does that impact your plan?
Ma'am, we are a fundamental and a firm believer of our limitations. We can't be the ace of every single aspect. And drones are made up of 80 different components from a hardware perspective. And it has a huge component of software and then the whole data which we intend to monetize in the future. Strategic partnerships, like for example, we've had partnerships with Amazon, Cognizant Technologies, Google, Dell, Elbit Systems. Their only other partnership in India is the Adani Group. So our focus is to understand where we are limited. We are not going to be the greatest at everything, but we identify what our partners do really well. And we try to integrate that into our product, which is the reason why our drones have been purchased more. It is not that we are the best design in the world. It's not that we have the best software in the world, but we identify who are really good at it, and we induct whatever they're good at, but ensure that any technology has to consistently generate revenue in a profitable and a sustainable way. And I think Garuda has done really that. There are plenty of other startups who have done greater in terms of technology development, but what we have done is identifying the right technology, making it affordable, and ensuring that it is sustainable in terms of revenue and profits.
Yeah, I think I got the answer, but I just still want to know that in terms of your future plans, not today, 10 years down the line, do you see your product in terms of the hardware being a lot more sustainable?
I feel that Garuda hardware is heavily commoditized, ma'am. Big players who have come into the space, like the Adani Group, funded a company. The Reliance Group has funded as well. Coromandel has funded an agri-tech company. Multiple companies in the drone space are going public. So they will all have deep pockets and they will invest in the hardware and they can beat us. But what differentiates Garuda from the rest is in terms of the software and the firmware, how we utilize our brains to make our muscles work. The hardware of the drones is the muscles, but the software and the firmware is the brain, and the data is the most beautiful aspect of drones. And with Garuda, we have a very unique USP and business model. I wasn't able to talk because of the interest of time, but usually most people, when it comes to data monetization, it's 60-65% of our country is in rural India. And you would never be able, because they're not yet connected into the grid, right? They might have your data in terms of where you shopped, what you ate and such, and where you drove, and you're at this event, but you don't have the data of Premlal from Aligarh, of Shamlal from Raigad district. But we will be able to capture that data and hopefully monetize it for their own benefit. And that is what Garuda will be known for the future, not as a hardware company, but as a data company. But drones are a means to an end for that.
Well in time. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Jury.
If I just may, I wanted to thank my wife for being here today, because she just gave birth to a child, and I am so happy that she could actually muster the strength. Thank you so much, Ritika. And thank you, Jury. Thank you, CNBC. Thank you, Dell, and all the guests who are here today, because, 10 participants, finalists, and also the last couple of rounds were tremendous. But the respect that you've shown for entrepreneurs like us, it's so motivating that, people have spent time, and you guys have put together such an amazing event. So we're very grateful on behalf of all the founders who are pitching in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such kind words. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, I'd like to inform you all that the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge is streaming live on CNBC-TV18's YouTube channel. Please do watch. Well, last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, our final participant for today is a deep technology company focused on building state-of-the-art bioprinting technology that can revolutionize the field of regenerative medicine. Please join me in welcoming Next Big Innovation Labs. But first, let's take a look at their baby.
I'm Pooja Venkatesh, co-founder and co-CEO of Next Big Innovation Labs. Its title would be Forever Young, because the song says that, you want to live forever, and that's what the technology allows you to do, is to prolong one's lifespan. So being a hardcore South Indian, it would be dosa. The most unusual would be our bioprinters itself. We have a small mini version of it, which is there at any desk, and a lot of engineering equipment.
Dell Technologies Presents Entrepreneur Challenge. powered by CNBC-TV18.
Before we call them on stage, I request you all to please cast your vote for Garuda Aerospace. And well, please join me in welcoming Pooja Venkatesh. Pooja, you know the rules. 6 minutes for your presentation and the remaining time for your Q&A with the jury. All the best.
Thank you so
Your
much.
time starts now.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So I would like to start with a video which will give you a glimpse into bioprinting as a technology.
Our journey begins in the early 21st century, when 3D printing was a burgeoning technology, primarily used for prototypes and novelty items. But visionaries in the medical field saw its potential and began to explore its application in healthcare. This success spurred on further research and innovation, leading to the birth of 3D bioprinting. The process involves using bioinks, a material made from living cells, to print layer upon layer of cell-laden matrices that form functional tissues and organs. A new era in healthcare had dawned, and Next Big Innovation Labs is pioneering research and innovation in the domain. By 2022, 3D bioprinting had successfully created lab-grown tissues of organs such as kidneys, livers, skin, and even hearts. These were not mere representations, but functional, living organoids that replicate actual organ functionality. The implications of this technology were profound. It held the promise of ending the organ shortage crisis and transforming the lives of millions.
So with that brief introduction, I would like to introduce myself. So I'm Pooja Venkatesh, co-founder and co-CEO of Next Big Innovation Labs. So we are a deep tech bioprinting company that focuses on developing precision and customized bioprinters for various applications in tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. So the focus for us is to keep our technology at the core and build out a strong ecosystem by integrating our learning and awareness platform as well as the AI platforms to drive the adoption of 3D bioprinting technology in the development of transplantable organs within the lab. So we were founded in 2016, and since then we have been funded by various government grants, and we've also partnered with Autodesk, as well as we have a partnership with Microsoft where we're developing AI-based solutions with them. So in a step towards driving the adoption of bioprinting technology for the development of transplantable organs, we have collaborated with AIIMS in New Delhi as well as IIT Hyderabad, where they're using our bioprinters to develop functional organs like bone as well as cornea, and they're looking at clinical translation with the hospitals. And recently we have an exclusive distribution partnership with High Media Life Sciences company for the distribution of our bioprinters both within India as well as globally. So coming to the founders, we are 3 founders. So that is Alok, Piyush and myself. Piyush and myself come from a biotech background, and Alok comes from an aeronautical engineering background. And we have 20 plus engineers from various backgrounds of engineering, all the way from mechanical design, embedded, as well as AI and software engineers that work together to build our robust bioprinting platform. And we also have 3 patents that have been granted and are active in India. So our latest recognition is the MOU that we signed off with the Ministry of Defense to explore bioprinting applications in space. And we were also recognized by the World Economic Forum as the tech pioneer for this year's cohort. So during our journey, we saw a lot of applications unfold for bioprinting, all the way from biomaterial studies to printing meat, and as well as the development of organs within the lab. So bioprinting as a technology allows you to build personalized solutions. So we can use the technology to develop patient-specific tumor models that can be used as a platform for the development of personalized medicine, all the way to developing personalized implants, bioimplants, which can be integrated into the body. So the vision for our company is to use our bioprinting technology to develop transplantable organs within the lab, which will bridge the abysmal gap that we see between organ donation and transplantation. So our customized bioprinters are called Trivima, which means three-dimensional in Sanskrit, which reflects our Make in India initiative and our origin. And we have various versions of the machine, starting from our basic machines, which can be used by institutes to train students on bioprinting as a technology and its application, all the way to our pro versions of the machine, which has various bioprinting technologies that allows one to develop tissue models that can be used as an alternative to animal testing, all the way to developing complex architectures like organs within the lab. So we have 25 installations across the country, like I mentioned, and they've been used for a wide plethora of bioprinting applications. And we started our first international sales last year with a successful installation at Russia, and one machine slated to go to Korea at the end of the month. So key drivers towards the adoption of bioprinting as a technology is the regulatory ban on animal testing, which has created a need for the development of alternative models. And bioprinting is the best technology to be able to develop models which are similar to, as close to the human body as possible. And also we've seen that there's an increase in their funding by the Indian government for biotech-related research. And the focus for us, like I mentioned, is to use our platform and develop focused collaboration to translate our technology from bench to bedside and get into the clinics. So we've seen that the global market for bioprinting at 2022 was slated to be $2 billion, and it's growing with a CAGR of 12.5%.
Well, that's all the time we have for you. Thank you so much. Over to you, jury.
Pooja, when I was going through the presentations earlier, you were hands down my favorite concept and my pitch deck. Really liked what all of you are doing. My only question is, why are you not scaling fast enough? It's been 8 years in the business, 6 crores in revenue. It's a phenomenal concept. Why do we still have an organ shortage in our country?
So the thing is, we've seen that when we started early on, there was very little awareness about the technology. And as the years grew, and like I said, with the regulatory bans being imposed, that is when we saw a spike in the adoption of bioprinting as a technology. And now we've seen, like with the collaborations, like I gave an example, a bioprinter at IIT Hyderabad, the professor is using it to print cornea, and he's going to translate it with LV Prasad Eye Hospitals, soon enough. So these are the collaborations we're getting into, and clinical trials has its own challenges. And for something as new as a bioprinted technology, we'll have to go through the entire regulatory route. And for that, we have to have a strong ecosystem with the clinician being on board, the researcher coming on board, and us as technology partners to build out that platform to get to a successful transplantation.
Has there been any other global company which has done this more successfully?
No, in terms of getting to organs, I would say no.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but we have people who are building out the technology, like the bioprinters. Like I said, the community is still growing, and we've seen that, we've got breakthroughs in terms of, when I show the video, they have printed these functional organoids at a miniature scale, and then they're looking to scale up. So I think companies, they need to come together. It's a collaborative effort, because if you see it as a standalone, it is very difficult to achieve. So that is what we are trying to do, is to build that ecosystem.
Do you see more of an opportunity in emerging markets than developed markets?
Yes, most definitely. I feel within India itself, we have a lot of R&D, and there's a lot of focus, especially when you look at clinicians. When we approach clinicians, they're very open to the idea, because they see various challenges considering the population. They know the complexities and where the technology can be utilized to address these problems. So we see that it's good to start, in the emerging markets and then move to more developed markets.
Thank you. Thank you, Pooja. I'm definitely going to be cheering for you. Cheers.
Thank you so much.
Question about, I think you touched upon it briefly, the biggest challenge in biotech is really taking it from lab to scale. And has that actually happened? Have you been able to do more than what you're doing on the bench right now in an actual rollout?
So that is what we are doing when we place our machines also. When we sell our bioprinters at specific locations, we see where are the hotbeds. Just to give you an example, we had one at Mupin's Medical College at Wayanad, which is a part of Astro Research Foundation. So now they have a hotbed because they have a medical college with the clinicians, as well as they get a lot of access to patient-specific samples. So they are starting to use the technology to develop, like I mentioned, patient-specific tumor models. That's the first step, which can be used as a platform for personalized medicine. And then along the way, they're going to start, addressing clinical problems as well with the technology. So these focus sort of sales, I would say, are what is driving the adoption and towards translating the technology into the clinics.
Can you just walk us through what you've done about 25 installations as of now? Can you just walk us through what your customers have actually used your product to deliver?
Yes, sure. So if I were to start with like a basic bioprinter, like I mentioned, right? So one at BMS College at Bangalore. So if you see, a lot of institutes are also looking at taking this technology to skill the students on something as new as bioprinting. And then we have the next level where people are developing biomaterials, which is the feed for bioprinters. So for an example, people are looking at silk-based biomaterials to develop, skin and cartilage tissue engineering applications. And then at another level, we have folks at NIPER and IITs who are developing alternative models, like 3D bioprinted skin and 3D bioprinted liver, which can be used as an alternate to animal testing, especially in the cosmetic and pharmaceutical sectors. And like I mentioned, the patient-specific tumor models, which can be used as a platform to develop personalized chemotherapy. And then, of course, the longer-term goal is, like I mentioned, AIMS and the IIT collaborations, where they are looking at developing clinical solutions.
How big is your team?
So currently we are at 27 members, including the founders.
All right, I'm sorry if I missed that, but I just wanted to know how much does the Trivima cost and what are your plans regarding product distribution?
So right now, like I mentioned, we have different versions of the machine, which are further customized based on the requirements. But our basic versions start anywhere between 8 to 10 lakhs, and our pro versions go all the way up to 1 crore.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you all for your time. Thank you so much.
If we may take 30 seconds to summarize, I mean, the whole purpose of us building a company from here rather than out there in the West is to fulfill the vision of actually making in India, to reduce the reliance that, that today researchers around the country have on foreign tech, which is either overpriced or sort of not suiting the research requirements. So it started with that vision. And sir, to answer your question on why we haven't scaled much faster, the whole idea was to make it ready for the market. So that is basically getting the engineering right to suit the biotech requirements. And the complexity of all this involves 4 different elements, which is the computational part, the software, which we have worked on in-house, manufacturing, scaling up of the hardware manufacturing, finding the right partners and finding the right researchers who we can partner with to take this technology to market. And our larger vision is to make the world not dependent on organ transplant waitlist, and we want to do that right here from India. That's our vision.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again for your presentation. Thank you, jury and audience. Please do remember to cast your vote for next big innovation labs. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of what has been an exceptional exchange of ideas and perspectives. And now, as we eagerly wait for the results, it is time for us to delve into an enlightening discussion. Our nation has accelerated its journey of becoming an economic superpower. While multiple avenues have played a commendable role in fostering this process, one of the significant facets of this evolving journey has been of the startups. And well, to further shed light on this, I would like to invite Shruti Mishra to please come back on stage to moderate this session. Please join me in welcoming her with a huge round of applause, and also her panelists, Samriddhi Bhattacharya, Country Head, Small Business Solution, Dell Technology. A round of applause for her, please. Looking lovely in a blue sari. Madan Patki, President, TIE Bangalore, Founder and CEO, OneBridge, Co-Founder, Game. And Shashi Kumar, Founder and CEO, Akshay Kalpa, Organic. Thank you so much, everyone. Over to you, Shruti.
Thank you so much, Swati. Have a seat. Welcome, panelists.
Thank you.
Now, let me start our conversation by stating some facts by a recent report on the startup sector. Between 2016 and today, India's 100+ unicorns and around 100,000 startups have driven economic growth by contributing 10 to 15% to GDP growth, advanced inclusivity with rapid digitization in rural urban areas, and have generated 20 to 25% of all new employment. They've also democratized consumption through broader access to products and services. Madan, let me start with you. You know, having been in the industry, you're an entrepreneur, a change maker for over 23 years now. How have you seen the startup ecosystem evolve?
Thank you for having us here and in this wonderful audience and a conversation. Delighted to be here. I think a lot has changed. It feels like another era when I did my startup in 2000, where we were still figuring out this investor and equity and stuff like that. In fact, our first angel investor was an agriculturist from a small town in North Karnataka called Shimoga, right? And he came on board as an investor. And now, 23 years later, you throw a stone in Bangalore, you'll either hit an incubator, an investor, and definitely an entrepreneur.
So what have been the key drivers for
I
growth?
think in my view, there are three things that have happened. One, the early successes of entrepreneurs in Bangalore spurred a lot of us to think about, hey, if this joker can succeed, why can't I? Right? So I think Bangalore started celebrating stories of entrepreneurs. And that started attracting more entrepreneurs to come. Right? So the first thing is, if you want to really spread it now further and wider, how do we celebrate entrepreneurs better? And this is one such forum.
Yeah.
Right? Secondly, because of that celebration, the ecosystem actors started getting active. Right? So you had the lawyers, the chartered accountants, the investor groups, the angels, the funds, everybody started galvanizing together. Third, I think associations and networks started playing a big role. Right? TIE has been around for 25 years. You look at the various BTS, the Bangalore Tech Summit has been happening now for 26 years. Right? So events and forums where entrepreneurs can network, talk, meet. Somebody said beautifully that entrepreneurship is all about serendipity and conversations. And I think Bangalore engineered serendipity and the fascinating conversations to happen at a very fast clip, which kind of led to an exponential growth. And it's all the network effect.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Growing investor interest, seeing more successful stories, and of course the growing government support as well. Samriddhi, let me now come to you. You know, Dell Technologies' journey from a startup to a multinational company that it is today, it is commendable, the whole journey. Tell us how have you seen the sector evolve and what factors, again, have facilitated its growth?
Yeah, just to add here, I mean, entrepreneurship is in Dell's DNA. I mean, we started as a startup, many years back. We just completed 40 years of our journey. And we still, in a way, function like a startup. And that's why I say it's very much in the DNA that also enables us to observe how this landscape is changing in India. And we see a very, very rapid transformation and growth out here. We started with around 350 odd startups back in 2014. And I would say COVID has been a great accelerator. So by the time of 2022, there were around more than 1 lakh startups in every corner of India. So obviously, I would say technology has been a great enabler and a great partner in terms of creating a leveler across all these startups, the innovative ones that are coming across the board. You see a lot of corners where particularly the fintechs of the world, the edtechs of India are scaling up rapidly. And this is where also the ability to take certain bold decisions in terms of risks. We have the millennials and the Gen Zs. The hunger appetite is stupendous here. And that is also facilitated by the fact that India has been able to establish itself as the third largest startup ecosystem after US and China. And nobody thought this was ever possible. But this has happened, and that's why I was reading in Mint some time back that 8.5 billion has been invested across the startup, despite the startup winter. So, you know, the deep techs of India are getting about 7 billion worth of investment in 2023. So this means that there's a lot of opportunities and people are coming. I mean, I was surprised by the amount of innovation happening in, you know, this part of the hotel itself, right? I mean, it's quite an eye-opening fact that, you know, people are creating so much innovation in the same room. So just imagine when you scale it up to India, and we almost came across 17,000 startups here in the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge. The amount of innovation is absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, there's no dearth of capital for the right businesses. Technology, of course, has played a very big role, and we'll delve deeper with you on that. But let me come to you, Shashi. You know, before I get a founder's perspective on the changing startup landscape, give us a sense of what Akshay Kalpa Organic does, its reach, and the pain point that you're solving.
Thank you very much for having us here. See, one of the biggest pain points Akshay Kalpa is solving today is not a consumer problem. It's like a farmer problem. Right now, if you really look at, there is no young population in farming. What Akshay Kalpa is doing, the gap which is trying to address is it possible to attract young people to farming? This is the question we are trying to answer. In last 14 years, we have worked with around 1,200 farmers, groomed them to be entrepreneurs, and the average revenue for farmer is 100,000 rupees per month. That's what we have done. The best part is, these 1,200 farmers in 1,200 villages, they have become role model for villages in terms of how the farming needs to be done. Okay, how to work with soil, how to make better manure, how to look at your resources, diversify the farms, make sure a lot more market-facing entities than a monoculture-based cropping systems. That's the gap we are trying to address.
All right. Absolutely. That deserves a round of applause for the kind of work that you've done. As a founder, Shashi, again, what I was asking them, how do you view the startup ecosystem today? You started in 2010. The ecosystem has clearly matured. How big is it a part of India's economic growth story today?
I think there's a substantial shift in the way people are thinking, especially the startup founders. When we started, we struggled to raise capital. In first 9 years of our existence, 6 times we went very close to bankruptcy. At least people who are working in the impact sector, especially development sector, and now there is no dearth of, let me say, people coming forward and saying that, hey, you're doing a good job, okay, what help you need? Okay, I think that shift has happened. There's a paradigm shift, the way when we started, what it is right now. But from a development story point of view, especially India growth story, still I believe mostly the development story is articulated in the cities. Okay, I think we need to move away from that, get into villages. Okay, there are a lot more things needs to be done, and there are a lot more challenges. For example, the way the Bangalore looks at an entrepreneur or an entrepreneurship, the same thing doesn't exist in villages because people are leaving villages in hordes. Okay, there is no population below 45 years of age in villages. So that's the reality. We need to change that.
All right, absolutely. We definitely need to change it. Madan, coming to you again, how are startups facilitating India's economic growth story? How can they act as driving forces, you know, to accelerate India's journey, especially to reach $10 trillion pinnacle by 2047?
Yeah, and I'll take a cue from what Shashi just said. I think whatever the lofty goal that we have, 30 trillion, 40 trillion, will definitely be achieved. The question is, how are we going to achieve it, right? And to my mind, it has to be an equitable distribution of wealth. It has to be an equitable distribution of opportunities, and it has to be a bottom-up growth, right? And when we talk about equitable distribution, it cannot just happen in the cities. It has to happen in every district, every taluk, and every village, right? I think once there is enough of entrepreneurial energy. I mean, I run a a rural venture, much like very much, but very different from what Shashi runs, called OneBridge. We are present in about, we've engaged with entrepreneurs in 20,000 villages across 6 states. And in every village, I've seen the same entrepreneurial energy, if not more entrepreneurial resilience, in 20,000 entrepreneurs who could give any entrepreneur in Bangalore a run for their money. Right? The challenge is, how can you bring opportunities to them? And I think digital is going to play a huge role. I'm a big fan and a proponent of the whole digital public infrastructure that is being laid. It's going to make life of entrepreneurs and consumers much more easier. You don't have to reinvent everything from scratch. We are taking ONDC into the villages and UPI and stuff like that. So my sense is that for all of us here, how can we look beyond the 200 million consumers that we usually think of in the cities? And how do we go into the 800 million or a billion more users?
Yeah.
2, how do we get to experience their needs? Because you can't build the same app that you'll bring for an HSR or a Koramangala or a Bandra.
Absolutely, yeah.
In a Tittur or a Tumkur or a Raichur, right? And third, how do we work together? Because the market is so huge and the needs are so diverse that I don't think there's any one clear model or one clear winner. As somebody famously said, let 1,000 flowers bloom. I think there's opportunities for thousands and thousands of more startups to emerge. And how do we make that happen is the bigger question, rather than just the economic goal.
Yeah, valuable insights there. Samruddhi, coming to you again. Dell Technologies has undertaken multiple initiatives to empower startups, whether it is in the form of partnership with the Startup India or the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge. Samruddhi, how do you think initiatives like these can further, be the driving force in further empowering the startup landscape?
I'll just take a cue from what just Madan mentioned, and it is upon large technology giants like Dell to create multiple startups. And we are, this is just one of the things that we are doing, Dell Entrepreneur Challenge, but we in fact work very closely with startups and small businesses across India. And when we say startups, it is not just startups in big cities like Bangalore. It is also talking about rural startups where there's a lack of access to technology. They might have a fantastic idea, but the means to achieving it is very, very difficult. And that is where large companies like Dell step in and get into conversations with entrepreneurs from small towns to help them scale up their ideas to the next level. How do you get access to capital? How do you get access to technology? How do you scale up your business? How do you make money? So all these things matter. And we have multiple platforms like the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge. We have a similar platform called the Dwen is for the women entrepreneurs, and this is where we foster a platform for, and this is where a lot of women can come in, brainstorm their ideas. We give them access to investors, we give access to funding, we give them access to ideas and tech tear down so that they can bounce it off with industry experts and learn how to scale it to the next level. And then we are also working very closely with accelerators to help get the startups, the required force, the driving force to go to different places. So that is how we create a community. And currently in Dwen, there are 80,000 women entrepreneurs who are registered across 50 chapters worldwide. Wow. And that's a lot of, people. And I would say we are also running, research like the V-Cities Index, where we are charting the most favorable cities to do business with, so that the entrepreneurs, particularly women entrepreneurs, understand where they have the most potential to scale up their businesses. And currently, happy to say that Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi featured among the top 20 cities.
Yes. While we've spoken about the kind of support that the ecosystem has received over the years, I would now ask Shashi, as a founder, what are the challenges that you face? I'm sure in your career, like you just mentioned, you were nearing bankruptcies many times. What are the challenges, and how did you pivot yourself? How do you keep innovating? Take us through Akshay Kalpa's journey. What kind of major pivots you had to make?
See, interesting question it is. Especially a brick and mortar company like us, it is not a technology company, but extreme amount of technology is used to measure data and make decisions for farmers. This is one of the biggest pivot what we are running today. Is it possible to objectively collect agricultural data and make decisions for farmers. For example, we are the biggest company right now in India who have tagged 15,000 cows and tracking them with an herd management system. Last 14 years, we took a 3.3 kg herd average of an animal to a 10.5 kg herd average, of milk production. The data enabled us, to take that one from almost 3 times in 14 years. There's a substantial productivity improvement. Very similarly, second pivot is it possible objectively measure soil organic carbon, in the soil, in the farms? So Akshakalpa farms today take pride in saying that soil organic carbon is 3.6%. Any arable land in the country, the soil organic carbon is 1%. And at 0.5%, you declare lands as deserts. We need to really know that. So that's a change we have been able to do. Better cover cropping, better organic material going in. Lot of, stubble burning, etc. problems what we are seeing. This is the biggest pivot what we are running in terms of how to give back the carbon back to soil.
All right. He spoke about pivots and the challenges that he had to overcome. Madan, coming to you, TIE Bangalore is one of the world's leading entrepreneurial organizations that envisions and fosters the next gen of entrepreneurs. What more needs to be done to empower founders?
So TIE, as you said, is probably a unique organization which is of the entrepreneurs, by the entrepreneurs, for the entrepreneurs. We are all entrepreneurs as volunteers helping each other and bringing the ecosystem together. I think we need to do a few things better and more. One is that there are lots and lots of entrepreneurial ideas and energies and new ideas that are emerging from various parts of the country. How do we shine the spotlight on that? How do we tell those stories? How do we inspire others? Right? By listening to Sashi, can 10 new agri-entrepreneurs come up and say, hey, I'll do something different or something better? Two, I think sometimes we end up pulling in multiple directions. Intentions are right, but we try to reinvent the wheel, right? So how do we align ourselves and our efforts in a collaborative way so that the limited resources and the cycles that we have, we don't end up wasting, trying to rediscover the same mistakes that somebody else has done, right? How do we learn faster, better? How do we collaborate? And thirdly, I think we need to speak as one voice when we do that, right? How do we truly become the voice of entrepreneurs at every level? At the level of policy, at the level of students. So we are hosting in about 9 months one of the world's largest festival of entrepreneurship in Bangalore. It's called the TIE Global Summit. And one of our themes is putting entrepreneurship first, right? How do we put entrepreneurship first at the policy level, at the ecosystem level? And how do we put entrepreneurship first as the first career choice for every youth coming out, right? How do we create small businesses? We don't need probably many more unicorns, but we certainly need a lot of nanocons. At least 10 million entrepreneurs who can create 10 jobs each. And that's the need that we have to absorb 100 million.
Very well put. More need for nanocons than unicorns, yeah. Samriddhi, earlier you brought up the role of technology, and today startups and technology go hand in hand, and even more so with the advent of generative AI. Considering Dell Technologies stands as one of the world's leading tech companies, if you could emphasize the role of technology in fostering growth, improving efficiencies, and of course then leading into higher profits.
One cannot deny the role of technologies in today's world, and obviously that goes obviously hand in hand with any startups that is coming in the picture right now. I cannot emphasize, with even more stress, the power of emerging technologies in this space. AI, obviously every startup that we met today is AI enabled, one way or the other. And obviously AI is coming at a faster pace than we ever anticipated, right? And generative AI, generative adversarial AI, all these things are obviously at the nascent stage, I would say. But I think pretty soon into the future, we'll be able to see how, startups are making the most of it with respect to the kind of market they are tapping into, the kind of customer profile they want to go after, how to make sense of products in a particular market, product market fitment. So all this segment analysis, everything is possible going forward with emerging technologies like AI. And obviously, from a Dell perspective, since we work with a lot of startups, we have some unique offerings in place. As we speak, we have a lot of offerings in terms of our laptops, the precisions particularly, which are capable of handling the AI workloads. Then we have our GPU-enabled servers, which can obviously be a game changer in terms of generative AI. Now, moving further ahead, analytics again plays a great role in terms of enabling the startup to get the required intelligence in terms of dissecting the data, because there are vast amount of data, and all this data also needs a lot of storage, particularly unstructured data. So obviously, the startups need to make sense of how do they store their data and how do they get insights out of data, and that is where edge solutions, storage devices, all this come into picture. Particularly, one cannot also deny the power of cloud and the kind of agility that startups need. Multi-cloud will play a very severe role in terms of scaling up the startups to next level to be able to capture the market. And we work hand in hand with many startups to be able to take them to the next level in terms of exploring multi-cloud and hybrid cloud technologies and how they can use them in the next level of growth. So obviously, all these technologies put together go a long way in scaling up the startups to the next levels.
Shashi, you mentioned earlier that you are a non-tech company. So how have you incorporated technology now in the workings of your brand, and how has it improved operations and, of course, revenues?
See, one of the biggest operational changes technology has helped is when we started tagging the cows way back in 2010 and started looking at the data very objectively. What is the cow eating? What is the productivity of the cow? If you start feeding her differently, do you see a different data coming out? So this is one of the biggest things, which has happened to Akshay Kalpa, at least me coming from technology industry, helped me a lot. But the way to optimize the resources, limited resources, what we have, is a role technology has played for us, especially in the hard management system. Second part is, when we started, looking at how to test the soils, we do approximately around 80,000 soil sample tests every year, to measure, organic soil carbon. So when we started logging the data started looking something like, wow, this is where we are heading. Probably in 20 years, 30 years time, all these lands will be deserts. Yeah. So we started making decisions how to do a better cover cropping, how to give the soil organic carbon back. So this is how the technology role has been substantially for us to improve soil productivity.
All right. Now, let me quickly bring up another very important subject, which is corporate governance. Madan, let me start with you. What are the key principles that an entrepreneur must keep in mind, particularly through, resilient corporate governance strategies?
Yeah, that's been a hot topic over the last couple of years. I think, irrespective of what the outside world is, I believe that the entrepreneur must have a core purpose and be centered on why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? Once that core purpose is established, then to a large extent, everything becomes clear, right? Many times I've seen entrepreneurs get buffeted by various external forces without trying to hold themselves to the core. And once the core is there, as I said, then you create structures around it, right? So can you, of course, you need to surround yourself with a good team, with a good set of advisors, board members, etc., etc. But I think it finally comes down to purity of intent and purpose. And especially from an entrepreneur standpoint, can I look at how I can impact the community better? And if I do that, money will automatically follow rather than the other way around. I think that thought begins a lot of things to go right.
Absolutely. Shashi, do you agree with Madan on this? And, how important is corporate governance, especially for an agri-tech startup?
I think agri-tech or otherwise, it's extremely important to companies or a startup moves into a board-governed system than from an entrepreneur-governed system. So there are a lot of mistakes do happen in a promoter/entrepreneur-driven systems. The board-governed systems is actually an ultimate, in terms of governance standards. So that's exactly. But the challenge is, how do you identify your board? Who is your board? A lot of questions are there, but companies do take time to reach that level. But I think as fast as as quickly as they can reach there, I think better for the company. That's what I believe.
Absolutely. You know, similar lines, Samriddhi, what has been your approach to corporate governance and how significant it is for a growth of a startup?
I would start with what Dell is doing in this space, and we are a $100 billion company, $100+ billion company, and as you can understand, in every step of our operations, we bring in the governance aspect. That is the way, you know, we live and breathe, to be honest, right? So corporate governance is built into, you know, every aspect of our business, be it be the sustainability of the business or creating inclusivity or, transforming lives or, all these factors has a governance angle to it. And this is how we build our products. For example, our laptops are currently made out of ocean-bound plastics. There are 16,000 pounds of ocean-bound plastics that Dell is incorporating into the laptop design. It is also incorporating the wastage from aerospace industry and incorporating into the laptops. So again, with the citizens of the Great Barrier Reef, we are working very closely to inspect how we can do away with polluting the reef. So there are various factors we are incorporating, and I think there's a lot of learnings that the startups of today can take away from and chart their path forward.
All right. While there were lots to be discussed, but we are pressed for time, so I have to wrap up our conversation. Many thanks, Shashi, Madan and Samriddhi for joining us, and thank you, audience, for being a part of this. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shruti, and thank you all the panelists for such an enriching and informative discussion. Well, I would request Madan and Shruti to please stay back. Stay back on stage, please. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like our jury has finally reached consensus, and it is now time for us to award the winners of the prestigious Dell Entrepreneur Challenge. And to do the honors, I would like to invite back on stage Siddharth Pai, Satyanarayana BV and Kavita Mehra to please join Shruti and Madan on stage. I would request Shruti to please do the honors and announce the winners as runner-up general category and runner-up women.
All right, it is the time that you've all been waiting for. The runner-up in the general category. Please put your hands together for Nirami Health Analytics, Geeta Manjunath. Geeta, very well deserved. Many congratulations. Mother, if you could kindly give away the prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up general category, Nirami Health Analytics, the founder, Geeta Manjunath, here on stage. The trophy. Many congratulations once again, Geeta. It's now time for me to announce the runner-up in the women's category. Please give a huge round of applause for Teralum Solutions, Jyotirmay Das. Please come on stage. Many congratulations, very well deserved.
Congratulations to both the winners. Well, we now have a special award, as mentioned to all of you in the very beginning, the Audience Choice Award, and it is now time to award the winner that you all have chosen. Shruti, I would request you to please announce the winner.
Sure. And the Audience Choice Award goes to Next Big Innovation Labs, Pooja Venkatesh. If you could kindly come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the applauses going.
Many congratulations to you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the most awaited hour of the evening. Well, it's actually the drum roll moment. Do we have drum rolls here? Well, without further ado, let's find out the winners of the Dell Entrepreneur Challenge. And to award the winners, we have all our jury members with us, and I would request Madan to please do the honors.
Thank you. It's an honor to announce the winner in the general category. Nebula Innovations, Mohit and Nishan. Congratulations. Okay, and now the winner in the women category, Next Big Innovations Lab, Pooja Venkatesh.
I'd request Samriddhi to please join us on stage. Samriddhi Bhattacharya, please join us on stage. Once again, many, many congratulations to all the winners. And I would also like to congratulate all the finalists for their commendable pitches, ideas, and presentations. Before we wrap up, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors and partners without whom this venture would not have been possible, Dell Technologies. And I would also like to thank our process partner, EY, and gifting partner, Plum. A heartfelt gratitude to all our jury members who performed the difficult task of choosing and shortlisting the best startups from all across the nation. And last but not the least, of course, our beautiful, lovely audience. Thank you so much. Before we conclude, I would request all the winners and jury members to please come back on stage for a quick photo op. All the jury members and the winners, please, on the stage. Can we please have everybody back on stage? All the jury members and winners for a quick photo op. I know you. Well, I think we should also have all the finalists on stage joining the jury and the winners. Can we please have all the finalists as well on stage? Everybody. Great pitches once again, everyone. Access to women entrepreneurs from all around the world and valuable resources to grow your business, including the latest technology, access to funding resources and best practices from a global network of members. So please do join the DWEN community. You can scan the QR code which is present right now on the screen. We also have another community called Dell for Startups that provides startup expertise from dedicated technology advisors and scalable solutions to ensure your business is always ready to grow. You can scan the code and join now. Thank you once again. Have a lovely evening ahead.